Hey there, story lovers! This is Green Harry, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Morticia Addams visited Privet Drive and legally adopted Harry after finding 15 broken bones Dumbledore ignored? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1. Something wrong on Privet Drive. The Addams family had been driving through Surrey for 40 minutes before anyone admitted they were lost. This was not unusual. The Addamses approached being lost the way other families approached finding treasure, with enthusiasm, a certain territorial pride, and absolutely no intention of consulting a map. Gomez had purchased the map at a petrol station outside London, held it upside down for several miles, declared it magnificent, and used it to swat a horsefly that had gotten into the car. The map had not survived the encounter. "We should have turned left at the roundabout," Wednesday said from the back seat. She was 9 years old, dressed entirely in black despite the August heat, and had been keeping a private tally of everything wrong with England in a small leather notebook. The tally currently had 43 entries. Number 44 would be the roundabout. "We turned right," Gomez said cheerfully, from behind the wheel of the rented Bentley. He was wearing a pinstripe suit in the August heat because Gomez Addams wore pinstripe suits the way other men wore skin. It was simply what he was made of. "Right is also a direction, mi amor." "Right was a cul-de-sac, Gomez," Morticia said from the passenger seat, without looking up from the book in her lap. It was a slim volume bound in cracked black leather, titled Grievances of the Wandering Dead, and she had been reading it with the focused pleasure of someone else's beach novel. "A charming cul-de-sac," Gomez said. "It had window boxes," Wednesday said, as though this were a prosecutable offense. "Petunias," Morticia agreed quietly in the tone she reserved for things that genuinely disturbed her. They were, in fact, currently driving down the most aggressively ordinary street any of them had ever seen. Privet Drive announced itself with the particular smugness of a place that had decided, collectively and with great enthusiasm, to be exactly like everywhere else. The houses were identical. The lawns were identical. Even the cars parked in the driveways had a sameness that felt less like coincidence and more like civic policy. Gomez slowed the Bentley to a crawl, peering out the window with the expression of a naturalist observing a previously undiscovered species of aggressively beige bird. "Remarkable," he murmured. "I've never felt so unsettled in my life, and I once spent a weekend in a haunted Serbian salt mine." "The salt mine had more personality," Wednesday confirmed. Morticia closed her book. She did this slowly, with the care she gave to things she intended to return to, but she did not open it again. She looked out the window instead, and something in her expression shifted. Not dramatically. With Morticia, things rarely shifted dramatically on the outside. But Gomez had been watching her face for 23 years and he saw it, the slight stillness that came over her, like a pond going quiet before something surfaced. "Gomez," she said. "Yes, my love?" "Stop the car." He stopped the car. They were in front of a house indistinguishable from its neighbors, number 4, with a green lawn of military precision and a car in the drive that cost exactly as much as a car bought to impress people who hadn't asked. There were petunias in the window box here too. Fat, healthy, aggressively pink petunias. Morticia did not move immediately. She looked at the house the way she looked at everything she found interesting, with that long, composed attention that had unnerved heads of state and made strong men reconsider their life choices. "What is it?" Wednesday asked. She had put down her notebook. "I don't know yet," Morticia said. She opened the car door. "Cara mia," Gomez began. "I'll only be a moment." She walked up the front path in a black dress that probably cost more than the Petunia's window box combined, her posture the kind that made people instinctively straighten their own spines in response, and rang the doorbell. The woman who answered it was large-boned and long-necked, with a face built for peering over fences at neighbors' business, and she was wearing an apron printed with a pattern of yellow ducks. She opened the door with the automatic smile of someone who managed appearances the way other people managed budgets. Carefully, aggressively, always aware of the deficit. The smile did not survive contact with Morticia. "Yes?" Petunia Disley said in the voice of someone who had been hoping for a different type of visitor. Good afternoon, Morticia said. Her own voice was like the first bar of a cello piece, low, controlled, and immediately commanding of attention. I wonder if you might help me. We're quite lost, I'm afraid. We're looking for Wisteria Walk. It was not entirely untrue. Wisteria Walk existed. They needed to pass through it to reach the haunted manor they'd rented for the week, a crumbling Georgian property in the Surrey Hills whose listing had described it as having significant structural concerns and a documented history of unexplained auditory events. The Addamses had paid double the asking rate without negotiating. Petunia blinked. Something about Morticia's face made her want to both answer the question and close the door simultaneously. You want to, yes, Wisteria Walk is, you take the... She gestured vaguely. Left at the end of the road, then right past the... There was a sound from inside the house. It wasn't loud. That was perhaps the strangest thing about it. It was the sound of something, someone, setting something down, very carefully, so as not to make noise, and Morticia's attention moved to it the way a compass needle moves to north. Not dramatically. Not with any outward show. But it moved. Is that your child? Morticia asked pleasantly. Petunia's expression did something complicated. What? No, that's our nephew. He's doing chores. How industrious, Morticia said. Her eyes had gone to the hallway behind Petunia, where the sound had come from. How old is he? Nearly 11, Petunia said, with the slight tightening of someone reciting a figure they resent. Nearly 11, Morticia repeated. And doing chores on a hot August afternoon. Children need responsibility, Petunia said, with the brightness of a prepared answer. They do, Morticia agreed pleasantly. Where is he? The pleasantness was perfect. That was the thing about Morticia. The pleasantness was always perfect, and it was always somehow more alarming than anger would have been. Petunia Disley, who had spent her whole life performing normalcy, recognized, on a cellular level, that she was speaking to someone who had achieved a different and more complete mastery of performance than she would ever manage, and that this person was not, currently, being fooled. He's in the kitchen, Petunia said, because the truth had an odd gravitational pull when Morticia Addams asked for it. Might I have a glass of water? Morticia said. It's quite warm. There was a pause. A very short pause, in which Petunia calculated several things: the strangeness of the woman on her doorstep, the car at the curb that cost more than her house, the social catastrophe of refusing hospitality to someone who appeared, however inexplicably, to be a person of means, and made the wrong decision. Of course, she said, and stepped back. Morticia walked into number 4, Privet Drive. The kitchen was at the back of the house, past the sitting room of such determined comfort that it felt like a rebuke to anyone who'd ever been unhappy, and through a doorway hung with a stiffened floral valance. The boy was standing at the kitchen counter. He was small for nearly 11, noticeably, measurably small in the way that had a cause, not just a genetic explanation. He was peeling potatoes with a hand that gripped the peeler carefully, with a deliberate steadiness that didn't belong on a child's hand. He was wearing a t-shirt that had been made for a person roughly 3 times his size, baggy jeans with a piece of rope for a belt, and trainers that were both too large and falling apart. His hair was black and thoroughly resistant to any organizing principle. He had a scar on his forehead, a lightning bolt shape that was already fading toward silver at its edges. He had his back to the door and did not turn immediately, the practiced behavior of a child who had learned that sometimes being noticed was worse than being invisible. Petunia had gone to the sink, filling a glass with the quick efficiency of someone who wanted this interaction to be over, and was not looking at the boy. Morticia was looking at the boy. She looked at the way he stood, the slight favoring of his left side, barely perceptible, the kind of thing you only saw if you were looking for it, or if you'd seen it before. She looked at his arms, the thin brown forearms below the rolled-up sleeves of the enormous shirt, and saw the old yellow-green of a bruise past its worst at his wrist. She looked at his shoulder, the careful angle of it. She had 4 children. She had seen children who were injured because the Addams household was not, by conventional standards, a safety-optimized environment, and Wednesday in particular treated personal injury as a hobby. But she knew the difference between a child who had been hurt and a child who had learned to carry being hurt quietly, as a permanent condition, the way other children carried homework or a favorite book. This was the second kind. "Harry," Petunia said, with the warning compressed into the name. "Say hello?" He turned around. He had green eyes behind round glasses held together at the bridge with a piece of sticky tape, and he had the particular expression of a child assembling themselves quickly, pasting something neutral and undemanding over whatever had been there before, so fast and so automatically that Morticia suspected he barely knew he did it. "Hello?" he said. "Hello, Harry," Morticia said. Her voice did not change. It was still the cello voice, low and unhurried, but she had turned it to him now like a lamp turned towards something in a dark room. Not aggressively. Not pitifully. Just turned toward him, clear and direct, as though he were a person worth the full attention of her gaze. "I'm Morticia Addams. We're quite lost, I'm afraid." He looked at her the way children looked at things they hadn't decided were safe yet, with attention, with assessment, with the quick recalibration of someone used to people being larger problems than they initially appeared. But there was something else in it too. A flicker of curiosity. "Where are you trying to get to?" he asked. "The Surrey Hills," Morticia said. "A manor called Dark Hollow. Have you heard of it?" He shook his head, then seemed to think about it more carefully. "I think Uncle Vernon mentioned a road that goes to the hills. The B2039, I think. You'd want—" He stopped himself. He glanced at Petunia. "The B2039," Morticia said, with a small smile. "Thank you." Petunia handed her the water glass, pointedly. Morticia took it, took one measured sip, and continued looking at Harry. "How long have you been working this afternoon?" she asked pleasantly. He blinked. No one asked him that. "Since—" He stopped. "A while. It's very hot," Morticia observed. The kitchen window was shut. The kitchen had no fan. The stove had something on it. "I'm fine," he said quickly, with the practiced reflexiveness of someone who had learned that saying otherwise was a worse outcome than pretending. He looked back at the potatoes. His right hand had gone to his left wrist, briefly, the faintest protective gesture, and Morticia noted it. "Of course," she said. She finished the water, set the glass on the counter with a quiet precision, and looked at Petunia with an expression of perfect serenity. "Thank you for your hospitality." "Of course," Petunia said, with the tight brightness of someone who wanted a door between herself and this particular guest. Morticia smiled. It was a lovely smile, very composed, very complete, and she walked back through the sitting room and out the front door without rushing. She walked back down the front path. She got into the Bentley. Gomez looked at her face. He had been watching through the windshield with the attentiveness of a man who knew his wife, and he had seen her come out of the house with the particular stillness that meant something had happened inside that she was still organizing. "Well?" he said. "There is a child in that house," Morticia said, "who has been badly hurt, and the woman who was supposed to care for him has been watching." Gomez's hands tightened on the wheel. Not dramatically. He was watching her face. "How badly?" Wednesday asked from the back seat. Her voice was flat, as it always was, but she had gone very still. "I don't know yet," Morticia said. "I'm going to find out." She did not say this loudly. She did not say it with particular emphasis. She said it the way she said things she intended to do, as simple statements of coming reality. Gomez looked at the house for a long moment. Then he turned off the engine. "I'll get Lurch to bring the bags in," he said. They did not go to Dark Hollow Manor that afternoon. Gomez drove instead to the nearest town, found a hotel with the sort of bored efficiency that came of a lifetime of arriving in strange places and requiring accommodation, and settled Wednesday in a room with a connecting door, while Morticia sat at the small writing desk and made 2 phone calls. The first was to Devereux and Blackthorne, a London law firm that had handled Addams' family business in England since 1887 and had learned, over generations, not to ask too many questions. She spoke to a partner named Elspeth Devereux, a woman in her 60s with a reputation for being both excellent and unshockable, for approximately 22 minutes. When she hung up, she was quiet for a moment, looking at nothing in particular, with the expression of someone reviewing a list. "Cara mia," Gomez said. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, still in his pinstripe jacket off, and he was watching her with his full attention, the kind Gomez gave to things that mattered, which meant the full burning force of him, which was considerable. "Tell me what you saw." "He favored his left side," she said. "The way Wednesday favored her right after the trebuchet incident, before we knew the rib was cracked. He was guarding his wrist, the right one. There was bruising, old, at least a week. He was too small, Gomez. Not just thin. The kind of small that takes years of not enough." Gomez did not say anything. His jaw had set. "He apologized," Morticia said. "Before I'd given him anything to apologize for." There was a silence. "He apologized for existing," she said, and this was the most precise thing she said, and the most devastating, and Gomez received it with the expression of a man receiving a blow he'd been braced for. "What are we doing?" he asked. "Elspeth is arranging for a physician to conduct an independent medical assessment," Morticia said. "Dr. Anand Bose, a pediatric specialist at King's College who has done expert witness work before. Elspeth has also begun pulling whatever records are available, GP, school, local council. If there's a pattern of reported injuries, there will be," Gomez said. "Yes," Morticia agreed. "But we'll have documentation." She paused. "Gomez. I want him," she said simply. It was not a dramatic declaration. It was the same quiet certainty with which she said things she intended to do, and it hit Gomez the way all of her quiet certainties hit him, like a bell being struck, resonant and clear and total. "I know," he said. "The child has magic," she added. It was almost an afterthought, but not quite. "There was, when I was standing close to him, there was something. It had a feeling. Like standing near a source." She considered. "You know how it feels when we visit the catacombs." Gomez sat up slightly. "That kind?" "Something like it." He was quiet a moment, turning this over. The Addams family had their own relationship with the uncanny, a long and comfortable and deeply personal one, and both Morticia and Gomez had the kind of sensitivity to it that most people would have called supernatural, if they believed in supernatural things. Which most people didn't, and were, as a result, frequently surprised. "Well," Gomez said, with a slight smile, "the boy keeps getting more interesting. Wednesday will like him," Morticia said. "Wednesday likes very few things. She'll like him," Morticia said again, with the serenity of someone who knew their daughter well. Wednesday liked almost nothing. This was not misery, it was taste. She had a precise and highly developed set of criteria for what earned her regard, and most things failed to meet them. Sentimentality failed. Loudness failed. Excessive cheerfulness failed in every instance, without exception. She was sitting in the hotel room that night with her notebook open to a fresh page, adding entry 45 to her list of things wrong with England, hospital corner bed sheets, aggressive, when there was a knock at the connecting door and her mother opened it. "We're going to speak with the boy tomorrow," Morticia said. Wednesday looked up. "The one from the house?" "Yes." "I may need you." Wednesday considered this. Her mother didn't say "I may need you" casually. It meant exactly what it said. "For what?" "To be someone he might talk to." Morticia sat on the edge of the connecting threshold, a pose that managed to be both composed and approachable, which was a Morticia specialty. "He won't speak freely to adults. He's been taught not to." "Taught or trained?" Wednesday asked. Morticia smiled, very slightly. This was why she needed Wednesday. "What's the difference?" "Training implies the person doing it knew what they were doing." Teaching implies they thought there was a good reason. Wednesday tapped her pen against the notebook. How bad? I don't know everything yet. Morticia paused. Bad enough that I didn't leave. Wednesday processed this. Her mother had walked past a great deal in her time: haunted properties, natural disasters of moderate scale, at least 2 governments, without altering her course. If this had made her stop, Wednesday took the data at full value. All right, she said. She looked back at her notebook. Does he seem interesting? As a person? I think so, Morticia said. He knew the road number. He was trying to be useful, under circumstances designed to make him invisible. Stubborn, Wednesday noted. Tenacious, Morticia corrected. Same thing in small people. She wrote something in her notebook. What's his name? Harry. The next morning, Elspeth Devereux arrived at the hotel at 8:30, a small sharp woman in a grey suit who shook hands like she was testing your grip and looked at the Addams family with the equanimity of someone who had spent 30 years in their employ. She had with her a briefcase, a tablet computer, and a preliminary set of documents she laid on the hotel room's small table. The child is registered as Harry James Potter, she said. Placed with his maternal aunt, Petunia Deslene Evans, following the death of his parents on the 31st of October 1981. The placement was made without a formal fostering agreement, without a home assessment, and without any registered child protection file. She paused, just briefly. There is no record of a social worker assigned to this child at any point in his life. Gomez, who had been leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, straightened slightly. None? None, Elspeth said. Officially, he effectively does not exist in any child welfare capacity. He is registered at school, St. Grunning's Primary, and his school records show a consistent pattern of reported incidents. What kind of incidents? Morticia asked. Elspeth turned a page. Falls. Twice in year 1, once in year 2, 3 times in year 3. Broken arm in year 2, attributed to. She checked the record. Falling from a play structure. Broken fingers in year 4, attributed to a door. There is a note from year 3 indicating a teacher raised a concern. She paused again. The note was written. There is no follow-up on file. The room was quiet. I have requested the full medical records through a legal request that will go formal if they aren't produced voluntarily. Elspeth continued. Dr. Bowes will conduct his assessment this afternoon, if we can arrange access. Which brings me to the more complex question. She looked at Morticia. How do you propose to get the boy out of that house long enough for a medical examination, and how do you propose to get the aunt's cooperation, or circumvent the need for it? Leave the second part to me, Gomez said pleasantly. Elspeth had dealt with Gomez for 11 years. She had watched him handle a hostile corporate takeover by personally visiting the opposing CEO's office with a bottle of wine and a set of documents that gave the man a choice between signing and a lawsuit so large it would consume his grandchildren's grandchildren. She had seen him walk into a Portuguese courtroom and emerge 3 hours later having won a case most people considered unwinnable. She wrote a note in her file, G. Addams to handle personal engagement with the Z family. No further detail required. Regarding the adoption, she said, it is legally achievable. The child has no other formal guardian. The placement was irregular. The documentation of neglect and injury, once formally compiled, will constitute grounds under the Children Act. The question is timeline and opposition. She looked up. Do you anticipate opposition? Yes, Morticia said. Not from the Dursleys. Elspeth absorbed this. From whom? Morticia considered how to phrase this. I'm not entirely certain, she said, but I have the distinct impression that Harry Potter's placement in that house was not accidental. Elspeth looked at her for a moment. You're saying someone put him there? I'm saying, Morticia said, that a child in a house with no assigned social worker, no formal placement papers, and a pattern of injuries that no one ever followed up on, that level of institutional blindness, in England, in the 90s, it doesn't happen by accident. It happens by design. Elspeth tapped her pen against the table twice. Then we'll need to move quickly. We will, Morticia agreed. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gomez Addams walked up the front path of number 4, Privet Drive, and rang the doorbell. Vernon Disley, who answered it because Petunia was out, took one look at the man on his doorstep. The pinstriped suit, the broad mustache, the cigar being rolled between fingers, the expression of a man who was enjoying himself in ways Vernon could not yet quantify but already found deeply alarming, and prepared the face he used for salesmen and Jehovah's Witnesses. "Whatever you're selling," Vernon began. "Vernon Disley," Gomez said warmly, as though greeting a long-lost friend. He extended his hand. "Gomez Addams. Addams International Holdings, Addams Family Law, and speaking purely personally, a man with a very sincere interest in the well-being of your nephew." Vernon's hand had been shaken before he entirely understood that he'd offered it. He stared at Gomez. "What? May I come in?" Gomez said. "I find these conversations go better over tea." "Do you have any of the decent stuff?" "Morticia insists on a particular Darjeeling. I'm more flexible, personally." "I don't. What are you?" Vernon looked past Gomez at the black Bentley at the curb. His expression had the specific alarm of a man who has been surprised by something expensive. "What do you want with our nephew?" Gomez's face did not change in any dramatic way. But the warmth of it became a slightly different kind of warmth, the kind that a fire has, which can be pleasant or catastrophic depending entirely on what you put in front of it. "Shall we go inside?" he said pleasantly. Harry was in the garden, or rather Harry was in the part of the garden where he'd been told to pull weeds, which was the back corner where the flower beds met the fence and the ground was hard and dry and the weeds had root systems like small trees. He was on his knees in the August heat with his hands working automatically, which had the benefit of leaving his mind somewhere else entirely. He heard the doorbell, and voices, and then silence. What he didn't expect, what no part of his experience had prepared him for, was the soft sound of footsteps on the lawn behind him, and then a voice he recognized from the day before, low and calm, like music in a minor key. "Hello, Harry." He scrambled to his feet, which he did with slightly more difficulty than a child his age should have needed, and turned around. Morticia Addams was standing at the edge of the lawn in a black dress, watching him with that direct, unhurried attention, and next to her was a girl approximately his own age in a black dress of her own, with dark braided hair and eyes that were doing something precise and unsettling. They were examining him the way he'd seen scientists examine things in the documentaries Dudley sometimes fell asleep in front of, with no social softening around the edges. "I'm Wednesday," the girl said. It wasn't a greeting exactly. It was a statement of nomenclature. "Harry," he said because it was his turn. "I know," she said. "You have a wrist that bothers you. I can tell by the way you were holding it." He looked at her. She looked back. She had, he noted, an expression that contained zero of the social lubricant other people usually employed. No apologetic smile, no softening of the direct observation, no pretense that she hadn't just said exactly what she'd meant. "It's fine," he said. "No, it isn't," she said without inflection. "But you don't have to say that to me." He blinked. He wasn't entirely sure what to do with that. In his experience, people either pretended the injuries didn't exist, or used them as ammunition. The category of person who says it plainly and then leaves room for you to disagree was new and slightly dizzying. "My mother's a doctor," Wednesday continued. "Not in the traditional sense. She knows anatomy for different reasons. But she knows when something's been broken." "I'm not a doctor," Morticia clarified pleasantly, from behind her daughter. "But Wednesday is essentially correct. Harry, I have a friend who is a doctor. His name is Dr. Bose. He's at the hotel where we're staying. I'd very much like you to let him look at your wrist." Harry looked at her. "My aunt didn't say, your aunt won't be involved in this part," Morticia said. "Not unkindly. Just factually. I can't just." He stopped. He was doing the calculus that children in his position did, constantly, automatically, The equation of permissions and consequences, and what was allowed and what wasn't, and whether the cost of wanting something was worth it. "Why do you care?" he asked, and it came out with more edge than he meant, because underneath the question was a history of people pretending to care, and then using what they knew. Morticia did not flinch from it. She looked at him for a moment and said, with the same quiet directness her daughter had used, "Because you're a child who's been hurt, and no one who should have helped you has." It was the most straightforward thing any adult had said to Harry Potter in his life. He stood in the hot garden with his knees dirty and his wrist aching and received it like a punch to the sternum. Not painful, exactly, but the kind of thing that knocked the air out of you and left you momentarily without the scripts you usually relied on. Wednesday, who had been watching him, said, "You don't have to decide right now. We can just talk." "About what?" he asked. She shrugged, one shoulder, precise. "Whatever. I've been keeping a list of everything wrong with England. It currently has 46 entries. Do you want to hear them?" He looked at her. There was something about her, the flatness of her, the total absence of performance, the way she'd said "you don't have to say that to me" like it was obvious, that made something in his chest do something complicated that wasn't quite hope, but was in the same neighborhood. "Yeah," he said after a moment. "Okay." Wednesday sat down on the garden wall with her notebook, and Harry sat beside her, and Morticia stood a little apart, and let them be. Dr. Anand Bose was in his late 40s, gentle-mannered and thorough, with the specific professional composure of a man who had seen a great deal in emergency departments, and had learned to channel his reactions into documentation. He examined Harry in one of the hotel rooms that afternoon, with Morticia present and Harry sitting on the bed in a paper gown, and he was very quiet for most of the examination in the way that medical people got quiet when they found things. Afterward, he sat down at the small table with his notebook and Morticia sat across from him, and Wednesday had taken Harry to the vending machine in the corridor because Harry had looked at it with the particular expression of a child who had never been given money for vending machines, and Wednesday had produced a pound coin with the air of someone conducting a social experiment. "I'll need to compile a full report," Dr. Bose said, with the careful precision of a man choosing his words for their eventual legal weight. "But preliminary findings." He looked at his notes. He looked at Morticia. 15 healed fractures, at minimum. Some consistent with his reported history of falls. Many that are not. He paused. There is a pattern of bilateral healing, fractures on both sides of the body at different stages of healing, which is inconsistent with accidental injury. There is evidence of, the wrist has been broken and healed without being set. At least once. Morticia was still. "His age?" "He's 10, Dr. Bose said. "He has the bone density of a malnourished child 2 or 3 years younger. He's been significantly food deprived over a sustained period." He put his pen down. He looked at her. "Mrs. Addams? I've done expert witness work before. I know what the documents need to say and how they need to say it." He paused. "I will have a full report ready by tomorrow morning. It will be comprehensive." "Thank you," she said. He looked at his hands for a moment. The professional composure had something underneath it now. "Who's looking after him tonight?" "We are," Morticia said. Dr. Bose nodded slowly. "Good," he said. They went back to number 4 that evening, all 3 of them, Morticia and Gomez and Wednesday, and Morticia knocked on the door. Petunia opened it. She looked at Morticia and whatever she'd been about to say didn't make it out. There was something about Morticia in the early evening, something about the way the fading light sat differently on people who occupied themselves with darkness, that made her the most present person in any given frame of reference. She was not taller than most women. She was not louder than most women. She was simply, somehow, more there. "Mrs. Disley," she said, "I'd like to speak with you and your husband. Together." She paused. "I've brought my husband as well. He's a lawyer." Behind Morticia, Gomez smiled pleasantly. He was holding a briefcase, which was new, and the briefcase had a small skull-shaped clasp. Petunia made a small, involuntary sound. Shall we go inside? Morticia said. Vernon was in the sitting room when they filed in, and he looked at Gomez with an expression that was 1 part recognition and 2 parts a man who had spent the previous 2 hours doing something Gomez could see the evidence of in the particular way Vernon was sitting, the very straight spine, the slightly too formal posture, of a man who had been rattled and was working to reassemble himself. Wednesday sat beside Harry on the sofa. She had brought her notebook. She opened it to a new page. Gomez set the briefcase on the coffee table. Shall I begin? He said, with the warmth of someone about to make a toast. Or would you prefer? We don't know what you think you're doing, Vernon said, with the conviction of a man who didn't believe it. I know, Gomez said, with perfect cheerfulness. That's what makes this interesting. He opened the briefcase. Inside there were documents, several sets, paper-clipped, with Elspeth Devereux's firm's letterhead visible at the top. We have a physician's report, Dr. Anand Bose, of King's College Hospital, who has this afternoon conducted an independent medical assessment of your nephew. He laid 1 set of papers on the table. We have the school records and the incident log. We have a formal legal assessment from Devereux and Blackthorne regarding Harry's placement in this home. He laid another set down. And we have a filing, which has been registered with the family court this afternoon, initiating formal adoption proceedings. Petunia made a sharp sound. He's our nephew, Vernon said. He is, Gomez agreed. By blood. However, blood, it transpires, is not the sole criterion for custody, particularly when blood comes accompanied by 15 healed fractures, chronic malnourishment, and a complete absence of formal welfare oversight. He said all of this with the exact same warm conversational ease with which he'd offered to start. It was, if anything, more alarming than anger. Now, Gomez said, and leaned slightly forward. I want to be very clear about what your options are, because I think clarity is the foundation of good decisions. Option 1. You cooperate voluntarily with the adoption proceedings. Harry comes with us tonight. You provide whatever documents are required. We don't pursue additional legal action. Option 2. You do not cooperate. In which case Dr. Bose's report goes to the police, to social services, and to every newspaper in England that covers child welfare stories, and we pursue legal action that will be extensive, expensive, and here is the part one genuinely need you to hear, unavoidable. He looked at Vernon with the direct, interested expression of a man who had done this before and found it consistently, genuinely entertaining. I've passed the bar in 14 jurisdictions. England is one of them. The room was very quiet. Harry was sitting with his hands in his lap, very still, looking at Gomez with an expression that was doing approximately 6 things simultaneously, most of them things he wasn't used to his face doing. Beside him, Wednesday watched the Disleys with her customary composure and wrote something small in her notebook. He's the boy who... Petunia began, and stopped. The boy who what? Morticia said quietly. She was standing a little apart from Gomez, and she had been watching Petunia the entire time with that composed, unhurried attention. The boy who what, Mrs. Disley? Petunia closed her mouth. Something moved across her face, not guilt, exactly, but its first cousin, the expression of someone who knows the reason they did something sounds worse out loud than it did in their head. He can come, she said. Her voice was flat. Take him. Harry flinched at that, tiny, controlled, the reflexive recoil of a child who had heard take him as a relief and a wound simultaneously, and Wednesday, without looking at him, moved her notebook so that the corner of it rested against his knee. A small, deliberate contact. The way you check whether something was steady. He looked at her. She was writing in her notebook and not looking at him, and her expression said nothing, and the corner of the notebook pressed steadily against his knee. Harry swallowed, and looked back at the room. Good, Gomez said pleasantly. Wonderful decision. I'll have Elspeth's people in contact tomorrow morning. He closed the briefcase. He looked at Harry. Have you got things you'd like to bring? We have a car. Harry looked at the door to the stairs and then back at Gomez. He had a cupboard with a broken toy soldier, some library books he'd borrowed 3 times each because returning them meant going without, and 2 sets of Dudley's old clothes. He thought about which of these he would want to take if he were leaving. "The books," he said. "Excellent," Gomez said with feeling. "A boy who starts with the books." He stood up. He looked at Morticia. She was watching Harry with an expression that was very composed and very steady, and underneath the composure was something that Gomez recognized, had always recognized, as the specific quality of Morticia's love, which was not soft or easy or decorated with sentiment, but was thorough and structural, like load-bearing architecture. The kind of love that didn't bend. Harry got his books. He went to get them from the cupboard under the stairs, and when he opened the cupboard door and reached inside, Wednesday was standing behind him, notebook under her arm, looking at the small space with its narrow cot and its single bare bulb and its smell of dust and disuse, and she said nothing for a moment. Then she said, "This is where they kept you." It was not a question. "Yeah," Harry said. Another pause. "I'm going to add this to the list," Wednesday said, "but I'm going to give it its own section. Some things are too wrong for a numbered entry." Harry looked at her over his shoulder. She was looking at the cupboard with an expression that was as close to fury as Wednesday Addams ever got, which was not loud fury, or hot fury, but the very cold, very precise kind that had a natural endpoint in action. "You don't have to," he said. "I know," she said. "I want to." He got the books. He also got the toy soldier, on reflection, because it had survived being broken and so had he, and that seemed like something worth taking. He walked out the front door of number 4, Privet Drive, for what would prove to be the last time as its unwilling resident, carrying a stack of library books and a broken soldier, and Morticia was waiting on the path, and she did not say anything overly significant or mark the moment with ceremony. She simply fell into step beside him as they walked to the car, and she placed one hand briefly on his shoulder, light, unhurried, asking nothing, and then removed it, because she understood, even then, that the thing Harry needed most was not to be held but to be given room to exist without cost. He got into the Bentley. Wednesday got in beside him. Gomez appeared from the house, shook his briefcase once in a satisfied manner, and got behind the wheel. The skull clasp caught the evening light. As they pulled away from Privet Drive, Harry looked back once at number 4. The petunias in the window box were very pink against the beige of the house, fat and decorative and thoroughly certain of themselves. He looked away. "What's Dark Hollow Manor like?" he asked. "Structurally unsound," Wednesday said. "Auditory disturbances. Allegedly." "We're hoping," Gomez said brightly. "The grounds have a maze that's been reclaimed by native flora," Morticia said. "And a small lake that's been described in the listing as uninviting. That's good?" Harry asked. "That," Gomez said, with the warmth of someone describing paradise, "is ideal." Harry looked out the window at the Surrey evening, at the ordinary houses and the ordinary streets going past, and felt something he couldn't entirely name. Not happiness exactly, not yet, because happiness required more trust than he currently had capital for. But something. Like a door opening. Like a window in a room that had been sealed. Morticia, in the front seat, opened her book to where she'd left off, and the Bentley carried them forward, away from Privet Drive and everything it had meant, into whatever came next. Chapter 2. The paperwork of Love Dark Hollow Manor was everything its listing had promised, and several things it hadn't. The driveway alone was a quarter-mile of gravel so overgrown on both sides that the headlights barely cut through the vegetation, and somewhere in the middle of it something large moved in the undergrowth in a way that made the rental Bentley's chassis vibrate sympathetically. The house itself appeared at the end of the drive like a stage set, 3 stories of Georgian stonework gone dark with age, 2 of the upper windows boarded, 1 chimney stack that had partially separated from the roofline and been left to reconsider its architectural commitments at a slight outward angle. "Oh," Gomez said softly, bringing the car to a stop. It was the of a man experiencing something genuinely moving. He sat there for a moment looking at the house the way other men looked at cathedrals. Harry, in the back seat, looked at it too, In the dark, with the headlights throwing strange shadows up the stone face, it looked like something from the books he'd borrowed twice about Gothic architecture, the ones Mrs. Figg hadn't asked for back because she'd thought he seemed interested. It looked like the kind of place that had decided to be specifically itself, and had held that decision for 200 years regardless of what anyone thought. "It's brilliant," he said before he could decide whether to say it. Wednesday glanced at him. Her expression did not change, but something in it settled slightly, the way a compass needle settled when it found its bearing. 47, she said. "What?" "My list," she said. 47 things wrong with England. Number 47 is that this place has been on a rental listing and not acquired by people who know what to do with it. She looked back at the house. "Until now. We're only renting," Harry said. "For now," Wednesday replied, in the tone of someone filing a note for later. Lurch, who had come separately in the hired van with the luggage and had, apparently, found his own route through Surrey with the supernatural competence he brought to all logistical matters, was already at the front door when they pulled up. He was 6'9", gray-faced, and dressed in a suit that looked like it had been made for funerals and was perfectly satisfied with this. He held the door open with the expression, the permanent, deeply mournful expression, of a man who had found his calling and was at peace with it. "Lurch," Gomez said heartily, getting out of the car. "What do you think?" Lurch made a sound. It was the sound of a large organ played in a minor key by someone who had recently received very good news. "Exactly," Gomez agreed. Harry got out of the car last, carrying his stack of books, and stood on the gravel looking up at Dark Hollow Manor, and Morticia came to stand beside him. "The East Wing is reportedly the most active," she said, with the casual informative warmth of a parent sharing useful local knowledge. "Auditory events between 2 and 4 in the morning, according to the agent. The previous tenants left after one night." "What did they hear?" Harry asked. "She didn't say." Morticia paused. "But they left all their luggage." Harry looked at her. She was looking at the house with a slight, satisfied smile, and something about it, the ease of it, the complete absence of any expectation that he ought to be frightened, loosened something in his chest. "Cool," he said. Morticia glanced at him, and the slight smile warmed just a fraction. "Come inside," she said. "You haven't eaten." The kitchen was large and cold and fully stocked, because Lurch had stopped at a Waitrose on the way through town with a list Morticia had phoned in, which meant the refrigerator contained things Harry had never seen outside of Dudley's Food magazine, a whole rack of lamb, something called taleggio which turned out to be cheese, a bag of purple carrots, and a jar of what appeared to be preserved figs. There was also a loaf of bread, butter, and a block of cheddar, which Lurch had apparently included on the basis of personal judgment. Harry ate bread and cheddar at the kitchen table and watched Morticia make tea with the efficiency of someone who had made tea in 100 strange kitchens and considered it a portable skill. Wednesday sat across from him and had opened her notebook to the section labeled England, Structural Failures, Governmental and Institutional, and appeared to be cross-referencing something. "What are you writing?" Harry asked. "The timeline," she said. "Your parents died in 1981. You were placed with your aunt without formal paperwork. No social worker assigned. No welfare check on record. Someone made that happen." She tapped her pen against the page. "People in bureaucracies don't fail to do their jobs by accident. Failing to do your job this completely requires effort." Harry looked at her. "What do you mean, someone made it happen?" "I mean someone made sure no one looked at you." She said it flatly, which somehow made it worse. "Which means someone knew what was there to see." Harry sat with this for a moment. He'd spent 10 years in that house. He'd spent 10 years thinking, not consciously, just in the background, like a sound he'd heard so long he'd stopped hearing it, that nobody knew, or that nobody cared, which had the same practical result. The idea that somebody had specifically, deliberately, arranged for nobody to look was a different thing. It was a different weight entirely. "Who?" he said. "We don't know yet," Wednesday said, in the voice of someone who fully intended to find out. Morticia set a mug of tea in front of Harry and one in front of Wednesday, who didn't drink it but seemed to appreciate the gesture, and sat down at the table with her own. "We're going to find out," Morticia said simply. "But tonight you eat, and then you sleep. Everything else is for tomorrow." Harry drank his tea. It was proper tea, hot and strong with milk, and it was the best tea he'd ever had, which was probably the circumstance talking, but it was still the best tea he'd ever had. After a while he said, "Why are you doing this?" Neither of them answered immediately, which told him it was a question they'd expected. Morticia said, "Because it needs doing." "That's not the whole answer," Harry said. She looked at him across the table with that calm, direct attention. "No," she agreed. "It isn't." She considered for a moment, not evasively but genuinely, as though she wanted to find the accurate words and not just the convenient ones. "When I came to the door of your house, I felt something. The way I feel things sometimes, the wrongness of them. The way you'd feel a wrong note in a piece of music you know well." She paused. "I've felt a great many wrong things in my life, Harry. Usually they're property values, or structural damage, or the occasional demon infestation. I've rarely felt one as wrong as what was in that house." Harry looked at his mug. "And you just decided?" "Yes," she said. "I decided. Just like that. Just like that." He was quiet for a moment. The kitchen settled around them, the particular silence of an old house at night, which was not empty silence but occupied silence, full of the sounds of wood and stone doing their nightly work. "My family does that," Wednesday said without looking up from her notebook. "Decides things. It's very inconvenient for everyone who disagrees." "Wednesday," Morticia said. "I mean it as a compliment," Wednesday said. Harry almost smiled. He caught himself doing it and then decided to let it happen, which was itself something new, the experience of not checking a reflex before it could get him in trouble. "I have a room for you," Morticia said. "Lurch has prepared the second floor, east wing. It may have noises." "That's all right," Harry said. "Good." She stood. "Finish the bread if you want more. There's no rationing here." She said it simply, without emphasis, but Harry felt it land with the precision of something aimed. No rationing. Not delivered as a dig at the Dursleys, not delivered as a statement about abundance or generosity. Delivered as information. As a fact about the current environment that he was being given so he could operate correctly within it. He took another slice of bread, because she'd said he could, and because doing so was small and concrete and manageable in a way that the larger situation wasn't yet. His room was on the second floor at the end of a corridor that smelled of old timber and something faintly floral, not aggressively floral, nothing like petunias, but the ghost of flowers, roses perhaps, from a time when someone had placed them in the rooms regularly. The bed was large and had a canopy that Wednesday had inspected and declared structurally interesting. The window looked out over the overgrown back garden in the dark, and Harry stood at it for a moment before getting into bed. Below, the garden was a mass of shadow, the shapes of things grown beyond their original intentions, a hedge become a small forest, a trellis consumed by something flowering and possibly structural, a lawn gone to meadow. In the dark it looked like a place that had decided to do exactly what it wanted, and had been left alone long enough to manage it. He lay down in the large bed with his library books stacked on the bedside table and the broken toy soldier on top of them, and he looked at the ceiling with the plasterwork that had developed opinions of its own in the form of several divergent cracks, and he thought about what Wednesday had said. Someone made sure no one looked at you. He didn't sleep for a while, but that was all right, because eventually the manor did what the listing had promised. Somewhere in the east wing, probably the room adjacent to his, something made a sound like distant music played backward, and rather than frightening him, it was oddly companionable, like an acknowledgement that the house knew he was there. He fell asleep to it and slept without dreaming, which was, for Harry Potter, relatively uncommon. In the morning, Elspeth Devereux arrived at 9 with a box of documents, a paralegal named Simon who appeared to be carrying 2 additional boxes of documents, and an expression of compressed urgency that suggested things had developed overnight. They spread everything across the manor's dining room table, which was long and dark-wooded and had 12 chairs, and Morticia sat at the head of it with her tea and looked at the documents while Elspeth talked. The medical report from Dr. Bowes was filed this morning with the family court, copied to the Metropolitan Police and Surrey Social Services, Elspeth said. I've had 3 calls already. 2 from Surrey Social Services, 1 from a detective constable at the local station. She looked up. They're taking it seriously. Good, Morticia said. The adoption petition has been formally filed. Given the circumstances, the absence of any proper placement documentation, the medical findings, the failure of welfare systems, the family court has indicated they're treating it as a priority case. We have a preliminary hearing in 10 days. Elspeth paused. 10 days is fast. I want to be clear that the speed is partly the judge's response to the report and partly. She glanced at Gomez. Partly other factors. I may have called in a favor with the Lord Chancellor's office, Gomez said pleasantly, from the end of the table, where he had been eating a croissant. Nothing improper. We went to the same club in Geneva. I just mentioned the case over a wire. Elspeth absorbed this with the equanimity of long practice. The Dursleys have been informed. They are not contesting. Good, Gomez said. However, Elspeth opened a different folder. She did it with the care of a person handling something they're not entirely sure of. I received an unusual contact this morning. A letter delivered to our offices by, I'm not certain how, actually. My receptionist didn't see anyone deliver it, but it appeared on her desk between 7 and 7:30. The envelope was sealed with wax. She put the letter on the table. The envelope was heavy cream paper, sealed with a wax stamp that bore an emblem, a detailed letter D encircled by something that might have been vines. The letter inside, when Elspeth produced it, was written in a neat, precise hand in purple ink. Morticia read it without picking it up. Then she picked it up and read it again. She handed it to Gomez. He read it once, quickly, with his cigar between 2 fingers and an expression of increasing interest. Dear Mrs. Addams, the letter read. I am writing in the matter of the young Mr. Potter, regarding whose current situation I understand you have taken an interest. I would very much like to speak with you at your earliest convenience. There are matters pertaining to the boy's history, his safety, and his future that I believe it would be beneficial for you to understand in full before proceeding. I assure you that my concern for Harry is, as it has always been, entirely genuine. I ask only for the opportunity to explain. Yours sincerely, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Well, Gomez said. The name, Morticia said. The name, Gomez agreed. He put the letter down and looked at it for a moment with bright eyes. Elspeth, can you find anything on an Albus Dumbledore? Elspeth, who had clearly already tried, looked slightly bothered. No, she said. Which is unusual. There's no entry in any professional registry, no public records, no corporate filings. The name doesn't appear in any database I have access to. Gomez said. He knew where we were, Morticia said. She said it without alarm, but with precision, noting the fact the way you noted a fact that had implications. We haven't given Elspeth's office a residential address. No, Elspeth agreed. They looked at the letter. The letter, as letters will, said nothing further. I'll write back, Morticia said. In the meantime, she looked at Elspeth. Proceed on all fronts. Harry came down to breakfast at 7:30 to find Gomez in the kitchen attempting to make eggs in a way that involved a great deal of enthusiasm in 2 pans, and the result smelled extraordinary and looked like something that had experienced a minor geological event. Harry! Gomez said, with the pleasure of a man who has just found his audience. Perfect timing. Do you like eggs? Yes, Harry said. Sit down, sit down. Do you take coffee? No, you're 10, never mind. There's orange juice, or Morticia keeps a particular tea. He was already moving, producing things from the refrigerator with the generous chaos of someone for whom cooking was a form of self-expression rather than a practical task. He set a glass of juice on the table, pushed a plate of toast toward Harry, and turned back to the eggs with renewed focus. Harry sat down and looked at the plate of toast and the juice and the butter already on the table and the jar of the preserved figs he noticed last night and the general abundance of the kitchen in morning light, and something in him performed the now familiar recalibration, the adjustment between expectation and current reality that he had to do every time he went from what he was used to this. "How did you sleep?" Gomez asked, without turning from the stove. "All right," Harry said, automatically. Gomez glanced over his shoulder with an expression of cheerful skepticism. "Did you hear the sounds?" "Yes," Harry said more honestly. "What did you make of them?" Harry thought about it. "Like music," he said. "Played backward? Or not backward? More like played in a different direction." Gomez put down his spatula and turned to look at Harry with the full force of his attention, which was considerable and slightly overwhelming in close quarters. "A different direction," he repeated. "I don't know if that makes sense," Harry said. "It makes tremendous sense," Gomez said with real feeling. "I've been trying to find the words for that sound for 30 years. A different direction." He picked up his spatula again, shaking his head with the satisfied air of a man who's found what he was looking for where he didn't expect it. "The boy has an ear." Harry buttered a piece of toast. He ate it while Gomez performed elaborate, passionate operations with the eggs, narrating the process to nobody in particular in a mixture of English and Spanish, and something about the kitchen in the morning, the light coming through the old windows with their slightly rippled glass, the sounds of the house. Gomez's running commentary on the eggs made it feel less like a situation and more like a place. Wednesday came in at 9:05 with her notebook and a look of someone who had been awake for some time. She sat across from Harry, accepted coffee from Gomez without comment, and opened the notebook to a new page. "Tell me about your parents," she said, looking at Harry. He blinked. Most people did not ask him about his parents. The Dursleys didn't, ever, except to use them as a subject for a particular kind of contempt. People at school had occasionally asked if he had parents, in the way kids asked things they already knew the answer to. Nobody had ever asked him to tell them about his parents, as though what he knew had value. "I don't know much," he said. "What do you know?" "My mum was called Lily. My dad was James." He looked at his toast. "There was a car crash when I was 1. That's—" He stopped. "That's what my aunt says." Wednesday wrote this down. "Do you believe that?" "No," Harry said after a moment. He hadn't said that aloud before. He wasn't sure why he said it now. "I don't know why, I don't think it was a car crash. I used to dream about a green light, but that's—" He stopped again. Wednesday looked at him steadily. "Have you ever made something happen? Something you can't explain?" He looked up. "What?" "Unexplained occurrences. Things that happened around you that had no obvious cause." He was very still for a moment. Then, "Why?" "Answer first," Wednesday said. He thought about the time he'd found himself on the school roof when running from Dudley's gang. About the time Aunt Petunia had cut his hair and it had grown back overnight. About the glass in the reptile house at the zoo, the summer Dudley had fallen in. He thought about the snake. He thought about all the things he'd filed under strange things that happened and I don't mention because of what happens when I mention them. "Yeah," he said. "Sometimes." Wednesday nodded, made a note. "That's magic," she said. Harry stared at her. "What?" "Magic," she said again, without the inflection of someone delivering a revelation, more the inflection of someone correcting a factual misapprehension, like telling someone the word for a thing they'd been describing around. "The Addams family has a substantial working knowledge of occult and paranormal phenomena. What you're describing is consistent with undirected magical ability in a child. It's fairly well documented in the literature, if you know where to look." She tapped her pen. "My mother sensed it when she met you." Harry looked at Morticia, who had appeared in the kitchen doorway with her own tea, dressed in black, apparently having been there long enough to hear the last exchange. "It's true," Morticia said simply. "You have magic, Harry. A great deal of it, from what I could feel." Harry sat with this for a long moment. He looked at his plate, at his hands at the table. Then he looked up. "Is that why no one ever looked for me?" he asked. "Because of the magic?" Morticia came and sat down at the table. She did not answer immediately, which meant she was working toward accuracy rather than comfort. "I don't know yet," she said. "But I intend to find out." "The letter," Wednesday said without looking up from her notebook. "Tell him about the letter." Morticia looked at her daughter, then at Harry. She told him about the letter. Gomez spent the afternoon in the manor study, which had a large desk that had been left by previous occupants, and which Lurch had cleared of its accumulated seasonal detritus. One broken lamp, 2 boxes of someone else's tax documents, and an inexplicable collection of painted wooden ducks, with the efficiency and total absence of curiosity he brought to all tasks. The desk was now covered with documents, Gomez's phone, 3 legal pads in various states of notation, and a humidor of cigars, one of which was burning in the ceramic ashtray at Gomez's elbow as he worked through the afternoon with the focused, slightly dangerous energy he brought to legal problems he found interesting, which was all of them. Harry knocked at 3:30. "Come in," Gomez said without looking up. Harry came in and stood just inside the door, which Gomez noted without making an event of it, the standing just inside doors, the hovering at thresholds, the full-body question of is it all right to be here that he'd been performing since yesterday. He kept his eyes down on his notes. "I wanted to ask something," Harry said. "Ask," Gomez said. He was making notes on one of the legal pads, quickly, in a handwriting that went sideways up the page for reasons that appeared to be entirely philosophical. "The adoption," Harry said. "How does it work? Legally?" Gomez put down his pen and looked at Harry with the full, warm force of his attention, the kind that made people feel simultaneously seen and slightly pressurized, like being in the sun. "Come in properly," he said. "I can't explain things at a distance." Harry came in properly. He sat in the chair across the desk. The other chair had a stack of papers on it, and Harry looked at it with the hesitation of someone deciding whether he was allowed to move things. "Move the papers," Gomez said. "Put them on the floor if you need to." Harry moved the papers to the floor with careful hands and sat down. "Right," Gomez said. He leaned back in the chair with the easy physicality of a man who occupied space with conviction. "Adoption, in English law, means legally becoming someone's child. Full stop. Not a ward, not a temporary placement, not a provisional custody arrangement. A child. All legal rights, all responsibilities, in both directions. Permanent." "Permanent," Harry said. "Permanent," Gomez confirmed. "Elspeth is our solicitor. She's filed the petition with the family court. There's a preliminary hearing in 10 days. Given the..." He gestured at the documents on the desk. "The medical findings, the absence of proper documentation, the failure of the original placement, the court is treating it as high priority." He picked up his cigar. "I want to be honest with you about the hearing, because you're old enough to deserve honesty. It will probably be straightforward. The Dursleys are not contesting. The evidence is comprehensive. But someone else may contest." Harry was quiet. "Dumbledore," he said. Gomez looked at him. "Do you know who that is?" "No," Harry said. "But the letter, yes." Gomez tapped the cigar on the ashtray edge. "Someone put you in that house deliberately, and someone is now trying to talk to us before the court process goes any further. Those 2 things may be connected." He paused. "Or the man may be entirely sincere. I don't know yet." "What do you think?" Harry asked. Gomez considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "I think," he said carefully, "that a man who genuinely wanted your welfare would have checked on it before now. I think a man with the resources to deliver a letter to a law firm without going through reception has the resources to have noticed what was happening to you. He looked at Harry steadily. But I also think that people can have convinced themselves that a terrible thing was necessary, and still call that love. It doesn't make them evil. It makes them dangerous in a specific way that evil isn't. Harry absorbed this. He sat with it the way he sat with things that needed sitting with, which was quietly and without rushing himself. Will I get to choose? He asked. I mean, will the court ask me what I want? Yes, Gomez said. You'll get a guardian ad litem. That's a person appointed by the court specifically to represent your interests, not the adults. They'll speak with you, and the court will take your view into account. You're nearly 11, your voice matters. What if I said I wanted? Harry stopped himself. Gomez waited. He was good at waiting, in the way that people who were genuinely interested in what other people were going to say tended to be. What if I said I wanted this? Harry said quietly. The adoption. All of it. Gomez set down his cigar. He looked at Harry for a moment, this small, too thin boy with his taped-together glasses and his careful hands and his enormous green eyes holding something in them that was about 3/4 hope and 1/4 the expectation that hope was usually a mistake, and the expression on Gomez's face was not pitying and not performative but simply, directly warm. Then the court records that, Gomez said. And it weighs heavily. He paused. But Harry, regardless of what the court decides in 10 days, regardless of paperwork, regardless of any letter from any man in purple ink, my wife did not leave that house yesterday without making a decision. And Morticia Addams, when she makes a decision, has never in 23 years been moved from it by anyone or anything. He picked up the cigar again. I say this as a man who once tried to talk her out of keeping a full-sized Iron Maiden in the hallway and lost the argument in 11 minutes. He looked reflective. She had excellent points about aesthetics. Harry looked at him for a moment. Something in his face did the thing it had done the night before, the thing where a reflex moved faster than the check he'd learned to put on it, and this time what came out was a short, surprised laugh, not a polite laugh, not a performed laugh, but the real kind, sudden and slightly undignified. Gomez beamed. The reply to Dumbledore's letter was composed that evening at the dining-room table, by Morticia, in her particular black ink, on stationery that bore the Addams family crest, a heraldic device featuring elements that heraldic scholars would have described as unorthodox and a motto that had been loosely translated from the Latin as "We flourish in darkness." She wrote for 20 minutes without crossing anything out, which was characteristic of her correspondence. Harry, passing the dining room on the way to the kitchen for water, saw her writing and slowed. She looked up. Would you like to see it? She asked. He went in. She slid the letter across the table when she was done. Dear Mr. Dumbledore, it said. Thank you for your letter of the 15th. I have no doubt that your intentions toward Harry are, as you say, genuine, and I look forward to the opportunity to discuss your perspective in full. I should tell you, in the interest of the same transparency you've offered, that the adoption petition has been formally filed with the family court, that we have a preliminary hearing scheduled, and that the medical documentation is comprehensive. I am quite familiar with arguments made in the name of the greater good, Mr. Dumbledore. I am also quite familiar with what children look like when adults have decided their suffering is an acceptable cost. I hope you will come ready to speak to both. I will see you at Dark Hollow Manor on Saturday at 3 o'clock. I have asked Lurch to prepare tea. Yours sincerely, Morticia Addams. Harry read it twice. He looked at the last paragraph for a long moment. Do you know him? He asked. Dumbledore? No, Morticia said. But I know the type. She picked up her pen and added a single line at the bottom of the letter before folding it. People who believe they are the only ones who understand the full picture. They're usually right that the picture is complex. They're usually wrong that they're the only ones who can see it. What did you add? Harry asked. She handed the folded letter to him, sealed in its envelope. The added line, which he'd seen before she folded it, read, Harry has read this letter. He sends no particular message. That, too, is an answer. Harry held the envelope for a moment. Then he put it down on the table, very deliberately. "Thank you," he said. "You don't need to thank me," she said. "I know," he said. "But I want to." She looked at him, and the composed serenity of her expression had something moving beneath it, not sentiment, nothing as easily dismissed as sentiment, but something structural, something that had decided. She nodded once, and reached over to fold the letter. The envelope sealed itself, which Harry definitely saw, and which Morticia pretended was entirely normal, and which made something in Harry's chest spark briefly with the warm, dizzying feeling of a world that was larger than he'd been allowed to believe. Wednesday found him in the garden the next morning. He was sitting in the overgrown meadow lawn with his back against what had once been an ornamental stone bench, now colonized by moss, reading one of his borrowed library books, a history of castles that he'd read twice before and found comforting in its specifics. The morning was grey and cool, genuinely British in the way that had nothing to do with tourism, and he'd found a jumper in the chest of drawers in his room that was too large but acceptable and had pulled it on without asking whose it was because it was cold, and it was there. Wednesday sat down on the moss-covered bench above him without announcement. "I've been thinking about who put you in that house," she said. "Good morning," Harry said. "It's good for my purposes," she said. "The letter from Dumbledore. He knew your parents, that's clear from the way he wrote about knowing you. He knew where you'd been placed. He knew what we were doing before we'd announced it publicly." She tapped her notebook. "He has access to information that isn't widely available." "You think he placed me there?" Harry said. "I think he knew about it. Whether he arranged it or simply allowed it to stand is a different question." Wednesday looked at her notebook. "Either way, he had the information and the influence, and he didn't use them to help you." Harry looked at his book. He hadn't opened it since she'd sat down. "Why would he want me there? In a house like that?" "I don't know yet," Wednesday said. "But people who move other people like pieces generally have a board they're playing on." She looked at him. "You're important. You're important in a way that has nothing to do with the Addams family, because we hadn't found you yet. That means you were already important before Saturday." Harry thought about what Morticia had said about the magic. He thought about the green light in his dreams. He thought about the scar on his forehead that he'd always been told came from the car crash, and the way that had never quite sat right, like a book returned to the shelf spine. "My parents didn't die in a car crash," he said. "No," Wednesday agreed. "How do you know?" "Because you knew," she said. "You said you didn't believe it. And you're not stupid." She paused. "Also, the scar is wrong for a car crash. It's too neat. Too centered." She looked at his forehead with the clinical precision she brought to observations she found interesting. "Lightning bolt. Intentional. Someone gave me this? Someone tried to do something to you," Wednesday said. "And either failed or was stopped. And you survived it." She said it matter-of-factly, not dramatically, which Harry found more confronting than drama would have been. "You were 1 year old and you survived something that killed your parents." He sat with this for a long moment. The gray morning settled around them, the overgrown garden breathing its particular smell of late summer growth, the house behind them making its old wood sounds. "That's not normal," he said. "No," Wednesday said. "It's not." She looked at him. "But you are. Or you would be, given the chance." He looked up at her. She was watching him with those flat, assessing eyes that contained no social lubricant but also no cruelty, just the direct, unmodulated attention of someone who meant what they said. "You're the first person who's ever asked me about my parents," he said. Like what I knew about them mattered." "Of course it matters," Wednesday said. "They're your parents." Your aunt is a coward," Wednesday said without heat. "She knew something and she spent 10 years using what she knew as a reason to be afraid of you rather than a reason to help you." She looked back at her notebook. "Cowardice doesn't become something else just because it's been going on long enough." Harry thought about this. He thought about Petunia's face when she looked at him, not the anger, which he was used to, but underneath the anger, the thing he'd never quite been able to name. He thought it was disgust. But Wednesday's words sat differently against the memory. She was afraid of me, he said, trying it out. Yes, Wednesday said. Because of the magic. Because of what you are. Wednesday tilted her head slightly. Which is not the same as what she told herself she was afraid of. What she told herself was probably something about abnormality and freakishness and the neighbors finding out. But underneath that, she was afraid of power she didn't understand. That's almost worse, Harry said. Than if she just hated me. It's different, Wednesday said. Not worse. It means it wasn't personal. It was never really about you. It was about her. She paused. I'm not telling you that to make you feel better. I'm telling you it because it's accurate, and because knowing the accurate thing is usually more useful than the comfortable thing. Harry nodded slowly. He was quiet for a moment. Can I ask you something? He said. You can ask, she said. What's your family like? He said. Your whole family. The rest of them. Wednesday looked at the gray sky for a moment. Strange, she said. By conventional standards, extremely strange. My brother Pugsley is currently redesigning a trebuchet. My grandmother is 300 years old and still considers my father's table manners a work in progress. We have a cousin called it who communicates entirely through finger snapping and who won a national chess tournament by moving pieces that had already been taken. She paused. Our house in Connecticut has a dungeon. A real dungeon? Fully functional. She looked at him. Is that alarming? Harry thought about it. Not really, he said. I mean, I lived in a cupboard. True, she said. Perspective is useful. She looked at her notebook. The thing about my family is... She paused again, and this pause was different from her other pauses, which were precision pauses. This one had something more considered about it. They're strange by the world's standards. But they don't pretend to be something they're not. And they don't apologize for each other. If you're in, you're in. Completely. She said if you're in with the same flat delivery she used for everything, but Harry caught the implication and sat with it, turning it over. In 10 days there's a hearing, Wednesday said, returning to her notebook. Before that there's Saturday, when Dumbledore comes. Do you think he'll try to stop it? Harry asked. He'll try to persuade, Wednesday said. People who've convinced themselves they're right don't usually resort to force until they've exhausted persuasion. Saturday will be persuasion. She tapped her pen. My mother is very difficult to persuade. I notice, Harry said. Yes, Wednesday said, with what might have been, in another person, the ghost of a smile. She's good at it. Saturday arrived with actual English sunshine, which Gomez declared suspicious and Morticia declared tolerable, and which Harry spent in the garden, nominally helping lurch clear an area of undergrowth that had consumed what appeared to have been a sundial, but in practice mostly watching Lurch operate a pair of garden shears with the focused serenity of a man who had found his element. At 2:45, Morticia came out of the house and said simply, He'll be here soon. Harry looked up. You may do whatever you like, she said. Come inside. Stay in the garden. It's your choice. He made it to the front of the house, mostly because something in him needed to see it, to see the person who'd written in purple ink, who knew where he was, who had known where he was for 10 years and had left him there. At 3 o'clock exactly, a figure appeared at the end of the drive. He hadn't come by car. He was simply there, walking the gravel drive in robes, actual robes, not the kind Dudley had worn to a school play, but the real, old-fashioned kind, dark blue with something like stars worked into them, and with a beard of impressive architecture and eyes that were, even at distance, immediately noticeable for being the kind of blue that had depth rather than just color. He was old. Very old in the way that oak trees were old, the age visible in every part of him but somehow not diminishing. He walked with a staff that he didn't seem to need for walking, carried rather than leaned on, and he looked at Dark Hollow Manor with an expression of polite appreciation. He saw Harry. He stopped. For a moment, just a moment, the length of a held breath, something moved across Albus Dumbledore's face that was not the polite, composed expression of an elderly man on a courtesy call. It was something older and more complicated than that, and Harry, who had learned to read adult faces with the survival-motivated precision of a child whose well-being depended on it, caught it and filed it. Then the expression composed itself, and Dumbledore walked the rest of the drive with a gentle smile and said, "Harry. My goodness. You've grown." Harry looked at him steadily. He thought about what Gomez had said, that a man with the resources to deliver a letter without going through reception had the resources to have noticed what was happening to you. "Hello?" he said. "You look remarkably like your father," Dumbledore said, and it was said warmly, and it was said, Harry could tell, with something genuine behind it. That was the complicated part. The warmth was real. The regard was real. And it had coexisted, for 10 years, with leaving him in a cupboard. "I've been told," Harry said. Behind him, the front door of Dark Hollow Manor opened, and Morticia came out. She walked down the front steps with her particular composure, dressed in black, and she looked at Albus Dumbledore across the gravel drive with the expression of a woman who had read his letter and understood exactly what it was made of. "Mr. Dumbledore," she said. "Right on time." Dumbledore looked at her. Something shifted in those blue eyes, an assessment, rapid and deep, the kind that very intelligent people did when they encountered something they hadn't expected. "Mrs. Addams," he said. His voice was warm and measured and very certain of itself. "I hope I find you well." "You find me prepared," she said. "Please come in." Lurch opened the door. Dumbledore looked at Lurch. Lurch looked at Dumbledore with his permanent expression of profound sorrow. "What a remarkable fellow," Dumbledore said pleasantly, going inside. "He has many qualities," Morticia agreed. Harry followed them both in, and the door of Dark Hollow Manor closed, and whatever would happen next would happen in rooms where everyone involved intended, in their different ways and by their very different methods, to win. Chapter 3: Letters from Hogwarts and Other Inconveniences. The tea was excellent, which Dumbledore acknowledged with the genuine appreciation of a man who had strong opinions about tea and had encountered the good kind unexpectedly. Lurch had set it out in the Manor's sitting room, a large, slightly gloomy space with high ceilings and brocade curtains that had been there since the previous century and had developed opinions about natural light, on a low table between two facing sofas, and had included, alongside the tea things, a plate of something dark and dense that was not quite cake and not quite bread and had the specific gravity of a food that took itself seriously. Dumbledore took a slice. He ate it with the careful attention of a man buying time. Morticia poured tea and sat in the armchair at the end of the table, which positioned her at either sofa and therefore at the head of the conversation without the theatrics of a head of table. Gomez was on the sofa to Dumbledore's left. Wednesday was in a chair in the corner with her notebook, which Dumbledore had glanced at once and elected not to comment on. Harry was on the sofa beside his mother. He had chosen this without being asked, which Morticia had noted without making anything of it. He sat with his hands in his lap and watched Dumbledore with the assessment he'd developed over 10 years of reading adults for useful information about what was coming. Dumbledore looked at him. "I imagine," Dumbledore said pleasantly, to Morticia, "that you have a great many questions." "One," Morticia said. "To begin." Dumbledore set down his teacup. He had the posture of a man prepared for a long conversation and was settling in for it with the resigned good humor of someone who had done this before in various configurations and had yet to lose. "Why," Morticia said, "did you put him there?" "Ah." Dumbledore looked at his hands for a moment. His expression had the quality of a prepared answer meeting the question it had been prepared for, a slight alignment, a slight settling. "I placed Harry with his only remaining blood family because of a very specific and very powerful form of protective magic. His mother, Lily Potter, who was, I want you to know, an exceptional witch and a remarkable woman, sacrificed herself for her son. That act of love created a protection around Harry that anchored itself to her blood. While Harry remained with someone who shared that blood, the protection held. While the protection held, he could not be touched by the force that killed his parents. He said it well. He had the kind of voice that told stories convincingly, full, measured, with an authority that came from genuine knowledge and genuine belief. Morticia listened to all of it. When he finished, she said, "What was threatening him?" "A very powerful dark wizard," Dumbledore said, "who, though defeated on the night he killed Harry's parents, was not entirely destroyed. He would, in time, seek to return. And Harry is, central to the prophecy that surrounds that return." "A prophecy?" Gomez said from the other sofa. His voice was pleasant. His eyes were not. "Yes." "Made by whom?" "A seer in my employ," Dumbledore said. "Which you received before Harry's birth," Gomez said, "and on the basis of which a dark wizard attempted to murder a 1-year-old. A brief pause. "In essence," Dumbledore said. "The protection," Morticia said, bringing it back with the precision of someone who had been tracking the argument and knew where the gap was. "It required blood relation." "Yes." "And required him to be with his aunt specifically." "Yes." "The magic worked through a blood relative who knew and acknowledged, Morticia said. Another pause, fractionally longer. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Mr. Dumbledore," Morticia said. She set her own teacup down with a quiet, deliberate click. "I have read enough about protective and blood magic to know that it requires willing participation to function. Blood magic that depends on acknowledged love requires that the anchor, the person providing shelter, provide it willingly. Genuinely." She looked at him. Petunia Dursley did not love that child. She feared him and resented him and caused him harm. Whatever protection that magic offered, it had already failed in every way that mattered. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The blue eyes had something working behind them, not defensiveness, which would have been easier, but the more complicated process of a man confronting a point he'd been avoiding. "The magic held," he said finally. "The protection was intact." "The magic," Morticia said, "is not the child." The room went very quiet. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry looked back at him. He had been sitting very still through this, the way he sat still during things that were important, and his face had that quality of active listening, taking things in and filing them with the speed of someone who had learned information management early. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice had shifted to something more direct, less prepared. "I owe you an apology." Harry said nothing. "I made decisions on your behalf," Dumbledore said, "that I believed were necessary. I still believe, that keeping you safe was the right priority. But I can see, looking at you now, that I made errors in how I pursued that. I should have checked on you more regularly. I should have ensured that, you should have looked," Harry said. It was quiet. No accusation in it, no heat. Just the plain statement of what was true, delivered with the specific authority of a person who had the right to say it. Dumbledore received it. "Yes," he said. "I should have looked." A pause. "But I'm looking now," Dumbledore said, and his voice had something in it that was not performance. "And I'm asking, not demanding, asking, that you understand what is at stake. Harry, you have a destiny that is quite beyond what any of us would have chosen for you. The wizarding world, a world you don't know yet, but which you belong to, needs you. The threat that killed your parents is not gone. It is diminished but not destroyed. And when it returns, as it will return, you will be central to what happens." He paused. "I am not asking you to go back to the Dursleys. I can see that I failed you there. But I am asking you to think carefully about what is best not only for yourself but for others." Harry looked at him for a long moment. "You're saying," Harry said carefully, "that I should make decisions based on what's good for everyone else because of something that happened to me before I could decide anything." Dumbledore looked at him. There was genuine respect in the look, the respect of a man who had not expected this particular sharpness and recognized it. "I'm saying," he said, That sometimes we don't get to choose our circumstances. No, Harry said. But apparently you get to choose mine. Another silence. Wednesday wrote something in her notebook. Gomez, who had been holding himself with the particular still quality of a man exercising considerable restraint, uncrossed his legs and said pleasantly, "Mr. Dumbledore, I want to be very clear about what happens next, legally, so there's no ambiguity. The adoption petition has been filed. The family court has scheduled a preliminary hearing. The medical report documenting the injuries my son sustained," he used the word son with absolute deliberateness, not loudly but with the precision of a hammer on a nail, "is comprehensive and formal and is currently being reviewed by 2 separate police jurisdictions. The Dursleys are not contesting. The court is treating this as priority." He paused. "You can contest," Gomez said. "You have standing as an interested party, potentially, given your role in the original placement, though I'd point out that claiming standing there also opens up considerable liability questions about that placement. You can come to the hearing. You can make arguments." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "But I want you to know that I have passed the bar in 14 jurisdictions, that I have never lost a custody case, and that I find family law genuinely, deeply enjoyable." He smiled. "In case that affects your calculus." Dumbledore looked at Gomez for a moment. Then, with the expression of a man genuinely processing something new, he said, "You are quite remarkable people." "We're aware," Morticia said. "I won't contest," Dumbledore said. He said it quietly, and he said it looking at Harry, not at the adults. "That is not, I won't stand in the way of something that is clearly better for Harry than what I provided." He paused. "But I am going to ask, Mrs. Addams, that you allow me to explain the rest of it. Because Harry will need to know." "He will," Morticia agreed. "But he will find out on a timeline that is appropriate for him, with people he trusts, in conditions where he is safe." She looked at Dumbledore with the steady, composed certainty that was her most characteristically devastating mode. "Not on a timeline that is convenient for your plans." Dumbledore absorbed this. He looked at his tea. He looked at Harry. He looked at the ceiling briefly, in the manner of a man revising expectations. "There is also," he said, "the matter of his education." Gomez's eyes lit up. "Ah," he said. "Yes. Tell us about the school." Dumbledore spoke about Hogwarts for 35 minutes, and Harry listened to every word of it with an attention so focused it was almost visible. A school of magic. Castle in Scotland, founded 1,000 years ago, 4 houses, 7 years, an education in charms and transfiguration and potions and the history of a world that had existed alongside the ordinary one since before anyone could precisely remember. Defense against the dark arts. Flying lessons. Anole. Harry had a particular feeling about owls that he'd never been able to account for, a warmth toward them that existed without cause, and the mention of the Ole hit him with a small, inexplicable pang that he filed away with the green light and the scar and the growing collection of things about himself that made more sense in this context than they ever had in his previous one. Dumbledore talked about his parents, carefully, with the specific care of someone who had known them well and was aware that everything he said would be kept. Lily Potter, brilliant and warm, first-generation magical in a non-magical family, one of the finest charms practitioners of her generation. James Potter, born into magic, reckless and loyal and gifted, who had grown into someone worthy of the exceptional woman he married. Harry listened and didn't say anything, but his hands had gone flat on his knees and his face had done the thing it did when he was trying to contain something too large for the available space. Morticia watched him. She didn't reach for him or name what she saw. She was simply present, close, in the way of a person who knew how to be in the same room as someone else's feeling without colonizing it. When Dumbledore finished, he said, "Hogwarts letters go out at the end of July. Harry's will arrive, well, it would ordinarily arrive at Privet Drive." He paused, with the expression of someone recalculating logistics in real time. "The letter will find him," Dumbledore said. "They always do. No matter where he is." "Excellent," Morticia said. Dumbledore rose to leave, smoothly, without the social awkwardness of someone who'd expected to win and hadn't, which said something about him. He extended his hand to Morticia. She shook it. He looked at Harry one last time, with the complicated regard of a man who understood, perhaps for the first time, that he had made a very precise kind of error, not in strategy, not in magical theory, but in the basic accounting of what a child was owed. "I hope," he said to Harry quietly, "that you'll allow me to know you going forward." Harry looked at him. 10 years in a cupboard. 15 broken bones. The green light in dreams that he now knew was not a dream. "We'll see," Harry said. It was, all things considered, more generous than it needed to be. Dumbledore seemed to know this. He nodded, and Lurch showed him to the door, and the crunch of gravel faded, and then there was only the sitting room with its old curtains, and its serious cake and its 4 people in various stages of aftermath. Gomez let out a long breath and picked up a slice of the dark cake. "Remarkable man," he said. "Completely convinced he's right about everything. Very dangerous." He ate the cake. "Also, genuinely good at that voice. I almost believed the apology." "He meant the apology," Morticia said. "That's the dangerous part," Gomez said. "Yes," she said. Harry leaned back against the sofa, and for a moment he just sat there with the weight of everything he'd learned distributed across him unevenly, like cargo loaded badly, and stared at the ceiling with its water stains and Victorian plasterwork. "A school," he said, mostly to himself. Said Morticia. "For magic?" "Yes. That I have. A great deal of it," she said. He looked at the ceiling a moment longer. Then, "Wednesday was right. She said it yesterday." "Wednesday," Morticia said, "is right with unsettling frequency." From the corner, Wednesday said without looking up, "I know." They stayed at Dark Hollow Manor through the end of July. It was not what the Addamses had planned. They had planned a week, then Connecticut, then the normal architecture of their lives. But plans had a way of becoming irrelevant in the presence of something more important, and nobody said anything about it. Gomez worked on the legal preparation, filling legal pads with sideways handwriting and conducting calls with Elspeth in the study. Wednesday and Harry developed a daily pattern that involved the garden in the mornings and the Manor's library in the afternoons, the library being a room that had been left largely stocked by previous inhabitants and that contained, among the expected volumes, 3 books on English folklore that had sections on magic Harry found increasingly interesting in the way that you found things interesting when they described you. He read them with Wednesday beside him reading other things, a detailed history of the Black Death, which she found instructive, and neither of them felt any particular need to perform conversation. They talked when they had things to say and were quiet when they didn't, and this was, Harry was discovering, one of the more restful forms of company he had encountered. He learned, in pieces, through the books and through Wednesday's supplementary research, the shape of the world he apparently belonged to. Not everything, there was more to know than he had time for, and Dumbledore's information had been broad rather than detailed, but enough to stand on. He learned about Voldemort, the name he was already used to being withheld like a weapon, and found that knowing the name made it smaller. Not safe. Not harmless. But named, which was different from monstrous, and unnamed, which was worse. He learned about prophecies and found them philosophically irritating. "A prophecy," he said to Wednesday one afternoon in the library, looking up from a volume on divination with his expression of someone encountering an argument they find structurally unsound. "Says that either I have to kill him, or he has to kill me." "Yes," Wednesday said. "That's a terrible prophecy," he said. "There's no actual information in that. It rules out him getting away entirely clean, that's all. Prophecies generally describe outcomes rather than methods," Wednesday said. "They're not instruction manuals. More like spoilers." "Bad ones?" Harry said. "Yes," she agreed. "Bad spoilers. For a book where the ending hasn't been written yet." He thought about this. So it doesn't actually mean anything has to happen in a specific way. It means someone who heard the prophecy decided it meant things had to happen in a specific way, Wednesday said, and then spent 20 years arranging the pieces accordingly. She looked at him. Which is actually more alarming, I think. The prophecy is just words. What people decide words mean is where the damage happens. Harry looked back at his book. Dumbledore's been arranging pieces. Yes. And I'm one of them. You were? Wednesday said. The question is whether you stay one. He sat with this. Outside, the Surrey summer was doing its best, which meant intermittent sun and the particular sound of an English afternoon, and the library smelled of old paper and something faintly aromatic that Harry had decided was whatever had been growing in the corner before Lurch cleared it. What would you do? He asked. If it were you. Wednesday considered. I would insist on being a player rather than a piece, she said. Which means learning everything I could about the board before anyone expected me to move. Harry looked at the stack of books. Then he got up and found 3 more. The Hogwarts letter arrived on the 20th of July. It arrived at Dark Hollow Manor, not Privet Drive, delivered by an owl that appeared at the library window at 7 in the morning and tapped on the glass with the business-like precision of the Royal Mail. Harry, who was already in the library, he'd started getting up early because the mornings were quiet and the books were there, and these were both things he valued, opened the window, and the owl held out its leg with the bearing of a professional. The letter was thick, cream-colored parchment, and addressed in green ink Mr. H. Potter, The Library, Dark Hollow Manor, Surrey Hills. He stood with it for a moment, just looking at the address, at the particular fact of his name on something that had found him. He opened it. Inside were 2 sheets of parchment, one the formal letter of acceptance, which began, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the second a supplies list that was detailed and specific and involved things like a cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, a wand, robes, and a set of books that made the bibliographic section of Harry's brain immediately attentive. He read it twice. He set it on the table. He read it a 3rd time. Then he picked it up and went to find Morticia. She was in the conservatory at the back of the house with her morning tea, reading Grievances of the Wandering Dead, which she appeared to be rereading with the same pleasure she'd given it on the drive through Surrey. She looked up when Harry came in with the letter, and he held it out without saying anything. She took it. She read it with the focus she gave all reading, unhurried, all the way through. When she finished, she read it again. Well? She said. Yes, Harry said. She looked at the letter for a moment with an expression of someone thinking through something with multiple variables. Then she set it down on the conservatory table between them and looked at Harry. Do you want to go? She said. He blinked. It's a magic school. Yes, she said. Do you want to go? He thought about it seriously, because she'd asked it seriously, and she deserved a serious answer. He thought about the Olery and the books on the supplies list and the castle in Scotland and the world that had been waiting for him without his knowledge. He thought about wanting things, which was still slightly unfamiliar territory, and whether this was something he was allowed to want. Yes, he said. Then we'll arrange it, she said simply, as though it were already done. The letter says there's a list, I see it. She picked up the list. She read it with the same focused attention. Then she said, Diagon Alley. It's where the wizarding supply shops are. She paused. Dumbledore mentioned it. He said there was a bank. Harry said. Gringotts. He said my parents left, I know, Morticia said. She folded the letter carefully and set it aside. We'll go. But first, she looked at him. We need to speak about something else. Her voice was the same. That was what got him. The absolute steadiness of her voice, the way it never changed in register when she was moving between the ordinary and the serious, like there was no seam between them. The hearing is in 4 days, she said. The preliminary hearing. After that, if the court rules in our favor, and they will, there will be further proceedings before it's final. It will take some months for the adoption to be fully completed. Do you understand what that means in practice? That I'm not. He stopped. That it's not official yet. Not in the documents, she said. But Harry. She looked at him with that direct, quiet attention. Documents are how the world keeps records. They are not how decisions are made. The decision was made. She paused. By me, on the path outside your house, before I knew your name. The court will catch up. He looked at her. She looked back at him, and there was nothing tentative about it, nothing offered and waiting to be withdrawn, nothing that required his gratitude or his performance, or his being the right kind of child. It was simply there, the way structural things were there. Okay, he said. His voice did something slightly rough on the word, which he pretended hadn't happened. Okay. Good, she said. She picked up her tea. Eat breakfast. Then find Gomez and tell him about Diagon Alley. He'll need at least an hour to prepare emotionally. For shopping? Gomez approaches shopping, Morticia said. The way other men approach warfare. With planning, with commitment, and with a strong belief that whatever he brings home will have been worth it. Gomez's preparation for Diagon Alley took, in the end, 90 minutes and involved 3 phone calls, 2 legal pads, and a conversation with Lurch that appeared to be entirely about logistics but had the dramatic texture of a military briefing. He also produced, from somewhere, a money belt, which he offered to Harry with the air of a man passing on essential field equipment. For the bank, he said. When we access your accounts. Harry looked at the money belt. I have accounts? Your parents left you a vault at Gringotts, Gomez said. It's been accumulating since 1981. He paused. I have some questions about the management of that vault, which I'll raise at the bank. Elspeth has a contact in wizarding financial law, apparently it exists, which I find genuinely delightful. He clapped his hands together with the sound of a man who has found a new area of professional territory he intends to explore. We'll go the day before the hearing. Wednesday you're coming. Obviously, Wednesday said. Harry, I've been thinking, Gomez said, turning to him with the focused energy he brought to things he'd been thinking about. Do you know anything about your family's history? The Potters? Nothing, Harry said. My aunt never. Ancient wizarding family, Gomez said, in the tone of a man delivering good news. I did some research. Elspeth pulled what she could from public wizarding records, her contacts sent through a summary. The Potters have been in England since at least the 15th century. They are, a family of some significance in wizarding society. He paused meaningfully. This is relevant to the hearing, Harry, but it's also just relevant. To you. To knowing what you come from. Harry sat with this. The Potters. An ancient family with a history, with a vault, with significance. All of it existing, accumulating, waiting in a world he hadn't known was there. There may also be, Gomez said more carefully, other properties. Other assets. Elspeth's contact mentioned a house in Godric's Hollow, that's where your parents were killed. It's been sealed since that night. There may be. He stopped himself, recalibrating. We'll find out at the bank. Harry nodded. He was aware of a weight settling on him that was not entirely bad, the weight of history, of accumulation, of things that had been waiting to belong to him. He thought about his parents in Godric's Hollow on the last night of October 1981, and the green light, and the scar, and it was too large to feel all at once, so he put it to one side carefully, the way you put something valuable down in a place you'd remember. Okay, he said. The bank. The bank, Gomez agreed. He paused. I've been reading about Gringotts. It's run by goblins. I know, Harry said. Dumbledore mentioned goblins with a sophisticated and centuries-old financial system, Gomez said, with the tone of someone describing something genuinely wonderful. Who are famously resistant to human charm and have, I am told, an adversarial relationship with the wizarding government that has resulted in 17 rebellions. He looked at Harry with bright eyes. I find that enormously reassuring in a bank. The hearing was Tuesday morning at 10, in a family court in central London that had the specific anonymity of official buildings designed for difficult business, beige-walled and strip-lit and smelling of carpet cleaner and institutional effort. Elspeth was there with Simon and 2 additional colleagues, both of whom had brought their own boxes of documents. Dr. Bowes was there as expert witness. The guardian ad litem, a woman named Caroline Marsh in a navy blazer who had sharp eyes and the composed demeanor of someone who had seen a great many children in difficult situations and had calibrated her response to be useful rather than emotional, had spoken with Harry for 40 minutes in a small room the day before, and had taken notes in a way that suggested she took him seriously. The Dursleys were not present. Their solicitor was. Dumbledore was not present. His absence was noted. The judge was a woman in her 50s named Hargreaves with reading glasses on a chain and an expression that had processed enormous amounts of human difficulty without becoming numb to it. She read the medical report first. She read it completely, which took several minutes. Her expression did not change, but something around her eyes did. Then she read the Elspeth's filing. Then the school records. Then the absence of any formal welfare documentation. Then she looked up over her reading glasses and said, "Mrs. Addams, you have 3 biological children?" "Yes," Morticia said. "And you met this child 10 days ago?" "Yes." Hargreaves looked at her with an expression that was trying to parse something. "Why?" she said. Not unkindly. Genuinely. Morticia looked at the judge with the quiet, complete composure of a woman who knew exactly why and found no difficulty in saying it. "Because he needed someone to," she said. "And I was there." Judge Hargreaves looked at her for a moment. Then she looked at Harry. Harry was sitting beside Caroline Marsh, in a clean shirt that Morticia had bought him in town, his hair as close to organized as it ever managed. His hands were flat on his knees and his face had the same controlled, attentive quality it always had, but he was looking at the judge directly. Not defiantly. Just, present, and himself, and in possession of the specific gravity of a child who had learned, in 10 days, that he was allowed to take up space. "Harry," Judge Hargreaves said, "Ms. Marsh tells me you've expressed a clear preference." "Yes," Harry said. "Tell me in your own words." Harry said, "I want to be adopted by the Addams family." "And you understand what that means?" "Permanently. Legally." "Yes," Harry said. Hargreaves looked at him for another moment. Then she made a note. The proceeding took 2 hours and 40 minutes in total, which for a family court preliminary hearing was efficient. Elspeth, who had been in family courts for 30 years, said afterward in a quiet voice to Gomez that she'd seen things go faster only twice, and both times the evidence had been simpler. The outcome of the preliminary hearing was a temporary custody order granting the Addams family immediate legal guardianship of Harry Potter, pending the final adoption order, which Elspeth projected would be between 8 and 12 weeks. In the meantime, Harry was, in all practical terms, theirs. Outside the court building, in the London morning, grey and diesel-smelling and full of the ordinary business of people going about their days, Harry stood on the pavement, and Gomez put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Lunch. I know a place near Covent Garden that does extraordinary things with black pudding, and I will not take no for an answer." "I wasn't going to say no," Harry said. "Excellent man," Gomez said. Wednesday fell into step beside Harry on the pavement, notebook under her arm, and said, without particular emphasis, "I've started a new section in the notebook." "For what?" "Things that are right," she said. "For balance." She looked at him sideways. "You're the first entry." Harry looked at her. She was already looking ahead, with her customary composure, and she didn't elaborate, because she'd said what she meant and considered it said. He let that settle in, and it settled warm, and he walked into the London morning between Gomez and Wednesday with Morticia ahead of them talking to Elspeth about the next stages of paperwork, and the 4 of them moved through the ordinary world like people who knew precisely where they were going and had no particular anxiety about the route. The letter came 3 days later, delivered at breakfast. Not the Hogwarts letter, that had already come, and been read, and been set on the shelf in the library with a small all feather still attached to the string because Harry had thought it worth keeping. This letter was different. It arrived with 3 others, all at once, all by owl, a small flock of them arriving at the manor windows at 7:15 in a cluster that suggested coordination. The letters were different sizes and different papers, but they shared a quality. They had the weight of official correspondence, the kind that meant something had been decided and recorded somewhere. Morticia opened the first one. "Read it." Passed it to Gomez. Gomez read it and raised an eyebrow. It was from the office of the Minister for Magic. It informed Mrs. Addams that the Wizengamot, the governing body of wizarding law, had been made aware of the adoption petition regarding Harry James Potter and wished to schedule a formal hearing to determine whether the adoption could proceed without conflict with various wizarding statutes. It was polite and formal and very precisely worded, and what it meant was, someone had told them, and they were getting involved. The second letter was from the office of Gringotts Bank, formally acknowledging Harry Potter's pending change in guardian status, and requesting his appearance at the bank to review certain arrangements pertaining to his vault and associated accounts. The third was from Hogwarts, signed by the deputy headmistress, one Minerva McGonagall, expressing warm hopes for Harry's continued good health and noting that they very much looked forward to his arrival in September. The fourth was from Albus Dumbledore. It was short. It read, "I see the ministry has involved itself. I confess this was not my doing, though I understand if you have doubts about that. There are those in the Wizengamot who will oppose this adoption for reasons that have less to do with Harry's welfare than with their own preferred futures. I would advise you to engage representation experienced in wizarding law before the hearing. I say this not as an obstacle but as someone who knows the room. With respect, A.D. Morticia." Read it twice. Then she put it with the others and looked at Gomez. "The Wizengamot," he said. "Yes. That would be the full governing body of wizarding law," she said. "Yes." Gomez was quiet for one full second, which was unusual for Gomez. Then a smile spread across his face with the slow inevitability of dawn, and it had in it the specific quality that his smile had when he'd been told the opposition was more formidable than expected, which was the quality of a man being given a gift. "Darling," he said. "I know," she said. "A full legislative body," he said. "I get to argue before a full legislative body. 14 jurisdictions," Morticia said. "And wizarding law would be 15, Gomez said, with the reverence of a man contemplating a personal best. "You'll need to learn it first," Morticia said. "How long do we have?" Elspeth, who had appeared in the doorway at the beginning of this exchange, said, in the voice of someone making a professional assessment, "The hearing notice says 6 weeks. Gomez looked at her. He looked at the letter. He looked at Harry, who was at the other end of the table with his Hogwarts letter in one hand and his toast in the other, watching this all with wide green eyes. "Harry," Gomez said. "Yes? Do you know what habeas corpus means?" "No," Harry said. "Wonderful," Gomez said and stood up. "Let's start there." Chapter 4, Diagon Alley and the bank that remembers everything. They went to London on a Wednesday, which Wednesday considered appropriate. The drive from Surrey took 40 minutes in the Bentley, with Gomez navigating by some internal compass that had nothing to do with road signs and everything to do with instinct, and arrived at the Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road 11 minutes early, which Gomez considered a minor failure and Morticia considered irrelevant. Harry had never been to London properly. He'd been through it on the motorway, watching the skyline from the back of Uncle Vernon's car on the way to somewhere Vernon considered worth going to, which Harry had not. Sitting in the front of the Bentley beside Morticia, Gomez drove. Wednesday claimed the window seat in the back with the authority of someone who had decided, and Harry had the middle. He watched London arrive around them with the feeling of a curtain going up. The Leaky Cauldron looked like nothing from the outside. This was apparently the point. Harry looked at the narrow dark building between a bookshop and a record store and then looked at Morticia. "Most people can't see it," she said. "Non-magical people walk past it without registering it's there." "Can you see it?" he asked. She considered this. I see something, she said. Something old. Something that has been itself for a very long time. She tilted her head slightly. The Addams family has always had an affinity for places that prefer to go unnoticed. Inside, the leaky cauldron was dim and low-ceilinged and smelled of old wood, something brewing, and the pleasant mustiness of a place that had been occupied continuously for several centuries. A handful of people were at the bar at 11 in the morning, which said something about either the establishment or its regulars, and the barman, a cheerful, toothless man who moved with the ease of someone who had seen everything, looked up when they came in. He looked at Harry. He went very still. Then, carefully, with the expression of a man performing a mental calculation he'd been told might happen, he said, "Bless me! Harry Potter." Harry blinked. "Hello? Tom," the barman said, apparently introducing himself. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter, sir. It's been some time." He looked at the Addamses with the cheerful readiness of someone who had served Wizarding London for decades and had learned to absorb novelty without breaking stride. "Your family?" "Yes," Harry said. It came out without hesitation, which surprised him slightly. Tom looked at Morticia with the particular attention people paid Morticia when they first encountered her, which was to say the complete attention, the kind that overrode all prior concerns. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron," he said. "Anything you need while you're in the alley, you just ask." "Thank you," Morticia said, with the slight smile she gave to people she found genuinely pleasant. Tom appeared to find this sufficient payment for most services. Gomez was already looking around the pub with the expression of a man cataloging interesting features. His gaze stopped on a pair of wizards in the corner, engaged in what appeared to be a heated argument conducted entirely through the medium of making a salt cellar spin in increasingly unstable patterns. "Remarkable," he said softly. "Harry, look at that." "I see it," Harry said. He was looking at the salt cellar. He was looking at the two wizards and the salt cellar, and the way the magic was visible in it, not the mechanics, not yet, but the fact of it, like watching heat shimmer off summer pavement. Something that was real but refused to be fully seen. "Come," Morticia said. "The bank first." The passage through the Leaky Cauldron's back wall, a brick wall that opened when Tom tapped a specific sequence on it with a wand, the bricks folding back like something breathing, was the moment it became real for Harry in a way that all the books and all Dumbledore's careful explanation hadn't quite managed. Diagon Alley opened in front of them, and Harry stopped walking. He'd been to markets before. He'd been dragged along on Petunia's shopping trips because there was no one to leave him with. He knew what a busy street looked like. None of that had prepared him for this, for a street that bent at the far end in a way no street should geometrically manage, lined with shops whose windows contained things that moved and glowed and occasionally appeared to be alive, full of people in robes of every color conducting the business of a world that had apparently been here all along, just adjacent and invisible. An owl hooted from a shop to his left. Someone walked past with a cauldron under one arm. A cat that was possibly not entirely a cat watched him from a doorstep. In a shop window to his right, a collection of small objects performed an elaborate dance in formation. "All right?" Wednesday asked from beside him. "Yes," Harry said. He was aware he'd stopped moving. He started again. I know," she said. "Have you been here before?" "No. But I've been in other places that felt like this." She glanced at him. "Like being in a room where the rules are different." "Yes," Harry said. "Exactly that." Morticia had continued forward at her customary pace, unhurried and absolute, and people moved out of her way with the reflex that people usually moved out of Morticia's way, not fear, exactly, but the instinctive awareness that some people occupied their space in ways that made contesting it seem inadvisable. Gomez walked beside her, looking at everything with the delighted attention of a man at the world's best exhibition, occasionally exclaiming in Spanish. Several people stopped and stared at Harry. Not discreetly, with the direct, undisguised staring of people who had never expected to see a particular face and were processing the shock of it. A woman with a pointed hat and an armful of parcels gasped. Two young boys elbowed each other. An elderly wizard in plum-colored robes nearly walked into a lamppost. Harry felt his shoulders try to go up. Felt the familiar instinct to make himself smaller, to apologize for being noticed. He pushed it down. "They're staring," he said to Wednesday. "Yes," she said. "You're famous." "I haven't done anything." "You've survived something nobody else survived," she said. "That's enough for people." She looked at the people staring. Her expression was flat and direct, and the ones she met eyes with tended to find somewhere else to look. "It's not about what you did. It's about what they need you to represent. You'd better decide early how you feel about that." He thought about it for the length of half a block. "I don't like being stared at." "Most people who get stared at don't," Wednesday said. "The question is whether you let it change how you move." He thought about Morticia, walking ahead, who moved through Diagon Alley the way she moved through everywhere, as if the space had arranged itself to accommodate her, and she'd simply accepted the arrangement. He thought about what that would feel like. He squared his shoulders. "Right," he said, and kept walking. Gringotts Bank stood at the far end of the alley like a punctuation mark, white stone, imposing, with columns and a set of doors that had been designed to communicate that the institution beyond them considered itself non-negotiable. Two goblins stood at the doors in scarlet and gold, and one of them met Harry's eyes as they approached with an expression that contained no deference and no surprise, only the focused assessment of a professional gauging the nature of incoming business. The interior was vast and loud with the organized noise of financial activity. Dozens of goblins behind a long counter, the shuffling of papers, the chink of metal, and somewhere below, felt rather than heard, the deep rumble of the vaults doing their vaultish business. The goblin at the nearest window looked up when they approached. His name, a small placard said, was Ragnarok. He looked at Harry. Then at Morticia. Then at the letter from Gringotts that Morticia produced from her bag, the one acknowledging the change in guardianship, and something moved behind his eyes that was neither warm nor cold but extremely attentive. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said. "Mr. Ragnarok," Harry said because it seemed right to use his name. The goblin's expression shifted by approximately 2 degrees, which in goblin terms was significant. "You have an account with us." "I'm told so, yes." "Several, in fact," Ragnarok said. He picked up the letter from the bank, read it once more, and set it precisely in front of him. "Given the circumstances outlined here, the change of guardianship, the legal proceedings, and given that this is your first formal visit, I would recommend a full account review." He looked at Morticia. "The Potter estate has not been formally reviewed since 1981. Morticia's expression remained composed, but something in it sharpened. "Not once?" "Not once," Ragnarok said. "There have been disbursements from the primary vault, authorized, technically, by a standing instrument of trust." He paused. "Whether the authorization was appropriately executed is a matter I would suggest your legal representative review." Gomez, who had been standing very quietly for the past 90 seconds, which was approximately 90 seconds longer than Gomez usually managed quietly, said, "I am the legal representative." Ragnarok looked at him. "Gomez Addams?" Gomez said. "Addams International Holdings. I've passed the bar in 14 jurisdictions. I have powers of attorney over Harry's interests pending the final adoption order, and I am extremely interested in the disbursements." Ragnarok looked at him for a long moment with the expression of a goblin performing a rapid evaluation of a human, and reaching a verdict that was, apparently, favorable. "Follow me," he said. They were taken to a private room off the main hall, not large, but paneled in a dark wood that had been old before most of England's current buildings existed, with a table and chairs and an oil lamp that burned low and orange. Another goblin, older than Ragnarok, with the air of someone several tiers above front desk operations, was already there when they came in, and he introduced himself as Grimtooth, with the brevity of someone who considered introductions the least important part of any business interaction. He had a ledger on the table. It was thick. "The Potter family holdings," Grimtooth said without preamble. consist of three primary elements. The vault registered to the Potter family, Vault 687, which contains the accumulated wealth of the family over several generations, plus the personal assets of James and Lily Potter. A secondary vault, Vault 688, which was established following the events of October 1981 and has been receiving. He paused with the precision of someone choosing words for maximum accuracy. Contributions. And the Godric's Hollow property, which has been sealed since that date and remains under a ministry preservation order. Contributions to the secondary vault, Gomez said. From whom? That, Grimtooth said, is one of the items I would recommend your legal representative review. He opened the ledger to a page marked with a strip of parchment. Since November 1981, Vault 688 has received 17 distinct payments from a source registered under the instrument of trust as the Office of the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. The room was quiet. Dumbledore, Harry said. The instrument does not use that name, Grimtooth said. It uses the title. He paused. The payments are regular in schedule but variable in amount. They have, in total. He turned the ledger to face them. The figure at the bottom of the column had several commas in it. Gomez looked at the figure. His expression did the thing it did when he encountered a problem with dimensions he found genuinely interesting, which was to go very still before going very energized. What were the payments for? He asked. The instrument describes them, Grimtooth said, as custodial contributions toward the welfare of the Potter heir. He closed the ledger. Whether welfare was, in fact, provided is not a question Gringotts adjudicates. We record. But you flagged it, Morticia said. Grimtooth looked at her. We flagged it, he agreed. When the letter from your legal firm arrived. Because the payments and the evident circumstances constitute, in our assessment, a discrepancy. He looked back at Gomez. Gringotts has no interest in wizarding political disputes. We have considerable interest in financial instruments that were executed through our institution and may have been misrepresented. If you choose to pursue this, we will cooperate fully with your legal inquiry. I'll need copies of everything, Gomez said. His voice had the focused, almost musical quality it had when he was already building something in his head. Already prepared, Grimtooth said, and produced a second folder that had clearly been sitting under the table. Gomez took it. He weighed it in his hands with the expression of a man who has been handed good ammunition and is already planning where to stand. Vault 687 was reached by the cart, which plunged into the underground at a gradient that made Gomez shout something appreciative in Spanish, and Wednesday gripped the side with white knuckles she would later deny having had. Harry gripped the other side and watched the tunnel walls rush past in the lamplight and felt the depth of the mountain beneath him, the weight of it, the age of it, the sense of traveling through something that had been here since before any of the world above it had been built, and thought about all the years this vault had been sitting here, accumulating, waiting. They stopped before a door with a complicated lock that Ragnarok opened with a touch, and the door swung open. Harry stepped in. It was full of gold. Properly full, hills and mountains of gold coins in the lamplight, the glint of other metals, the stacked weight of a family's accumulated prosperity, and he stood at the edge of it with the specific dizziness of someone being shown the scale of something they hadn't known they had. Morticia stood behind him. She didn't say anything. It's mine, Harry said. It's yours, she said. Your family's. Which is now yours. He picked up a single gold coin. It was warm from the ambient heat of all the metal around it, heavier than he expected, with an engraved profile on one face and a number, 29 galleons, inscribed on the other. He turned it over in his fingers, this material evidence of a family history he was only now beginning to piece together, and felt the weight of it in a way that had nothing to do with the gold. Ragnarok, with the practiced delicacy of a professional moving efficiently through an emotional moment without disrupting it, produced a leather drawstring bag and said, For daily expenses, while in the alley. The exchange rate with Muggle currency is currently, thank you, Harry said. He took the bag. He put the single coin in at last. Back on the surface, in the alley's morning bustle, they divided. Gomez took his folder of Gringotts documents to a bench outside the bank and began reading with the focused velocity of a man who had decided to understand something completely before the afternoon. He had his legal pad and 3 pens, and he was already writing before he'd fully sat down. "He'll be there when we get back," Morticia said. "He won't notice the time." "Does he need food?" Harry asked. "He forgets," Morticia said. "Take him something from the apothecary district. They have a stall that does pasties. He likes the ones with the dark filling regardless of what's in them." Harry looked at her. "You want me to go on my own?" She considered him. "Wednesday will go with you." "But yes." She looked at him steadily. "You know the alley well enough to navigate. You have money. You have a list." She paused. "You're nearly 11, Harry. Not 6. It was the most practical gift she could have given him, stated as plainly as all her other gifts. He felt it land the same way, not with fanfare, but with the quiet, structural solidity of something load-bearing. "Right," he said. "We'll get the books first." "The books," Wednesday agreed. Morticia watched them go, then turned to consider the remainder of the supply list with the composed focus she brought to any organizational challenge. Flourish and Blots was the kind of bookshop that had decided long ago that floor space was a philosophical negotiation rather than a fixed quantity, and had arranged its inventory accordingly. Shelves that went up past where any person could comfortably reach, books stacked in configurations that had their own internal logic. And the specific thick smell of many books together in a room that had never once been too warm or too airy. Harry walked in and felt something in his chest do the thing it did in libraries, which was to relax into itself like a fist opening. The books on the Hogwarts list were mostly where they should have been, with the assistance of a shop assistant who had the harassed but focused air of late summer trading. The weeks before September 1st were, apparently, the Wizarding Book Trade's equivalent of Christmas. Harry found the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, and held it for a moment. The covers shimmered very slightly in a way that was either magic or the paper quality, and when he opened it the pages had the feel of something that had been written with intention, each word carrying a small additional weight. "Open it to Chapter 3, Wednesday said from beside him. He did. The page showed a diagram of a wand movement with arrows that actually moved, a continuous flowing animation on the page, tracing the precise arc of a charm called Lumos. "Light," Wednesday said. "Your wand should produce light when you do that." "I don't have a wand yet," Harry said. "Obviously," she said. "But now you know what you're working toward." He bought the full list plus 2 additional books that caught his eye, one on the history of Wizarding Britain that the supply list hadn't mentioned, and one small, dense volume titled The Beginner's Illustrated Guide to Magical Theory that had been shelved sideways in a corner, as though someone had returned it accidentally. The shop assistant wrapped them with the brisk efficiency of someone who had done this several hundred times this week. Harry paid with the coins from his bag. The first time he'd paid for anything. It had a particular feeling. They found the pasties at a stall near the apothecary district, which smelled of sulphur and something sweeter that the stall holder, a round woman with a cheerful expression, identified as "The Lavender Bundles, love, keeps the pixies off the dried goods." The pasties came in a paper bag with grease already coming through the bottom and smelled extraordinary. On the way back to Gomez, they passed a shop called Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions. Through the window, visible over a display of dress robes, Harry could see Morticia already inside, talking to the proprietress with the composed intensity of a woman who has opinions about cut. "She found it," Wednesday said. Is she buying my robes?" "And reviewing whatever they stock in black," Wednesday said. "Which will not be enough. She'll have to have them made. She always has things made." She paused. "She'll have yours made too, if you let her." "I don't need." Harry started. Wednesday looked at him with the flat, direct look she used when she thought he was operating on outdated information. "You've been wearing your cousin's hand-me-downs for 10 years, she said. "The question isn't whether you need. The question is whether you'll let." Harry was quiet for a moment. "She'll want to," Wednesday said more quietly. Not gentle, exactly. Wednesday didn't do gentle, precisely, but accurate. It's not obligation. She likes it. She likes having people to make things for. She paused. It's one of the things she does. The making. It's how she stopped, apparently considering whether what she was about to say met her standards for accuracy. It's how she shows it, Harry said. Wednesday looked at him. Yes. He thought about what Wednesday had said in the garden. They don't apologize for each other. If you're in, you're in. Completely. He thought about Morticia and Madame Malkins, reviewing their black stock with insufficient satisfaction. All right, he said. Yeah. Okay. Gomez had, in the hour since they'd left him, filled 6 pages of legal pad and flagged 14 sections of the Gringotts documents and consumed, apparently, a paper bag of something himself, the evidence of which was a crumb situation on his lapel that he had not noticed. He looked up when Harry and Wednesday returned with his pasty. You're extraordinary children, he said, taking the paper bag with the warmth of a man who has just been reminded that the world is fundamentally generous. The Gringotts documents, Harry said, sitting beside him on the bench. What did you find? Gomez looked at him with the expression of someone deciding how much of an adult to be with someone who had asked an adult question. He appeared to decide, fully. Your vault received payments, he said. Labeled welfare contributions. From a trust instrument controlled by Dumbledore, in his official capacity as Chief Warlock. The payments are substantial and regular. He tapped the legal pad. However, nothing in the documentation indicates those funds were ever used for your actual welfare. You had no social worker, no formal placement, no monitored care. The money went into a vault that you had no access to and no knowledge of. He paused. The charitable interpretation is administrative oversight. The money was banked and never touched. And the less charitable interpretation? Harry said. The less charitable interpretation, Gomez said, is that someone was paying, as a matter of record visibly in an auditable instrument, for your welfare, without providing it. Which has the dual function of creating a paper trail of apparent care and ensuring that no one else investigated, because officially someone was responsible. He looked at Harry steadily. Which is a very specific kind of deception. Harry looked at the alley, at the people moving through it, at the ordinary business of a world going about its day. He thought about Dumbledore's letter to Morticia. My concern for Harry is, as it has always been, entirely genuine. He thought about Dumbledore in the sitting room at Dark Hollow, saying I should have looked with an expression he believed was genuine. He thought both things could be true simultaneously, and that was somehow the most unsettling conclusion available. Will you use it? Harry asked. At the Wisingamot hearing. With enthusiasm, Gomez said. Ollivander's was last. The shop had a single wand in the window on a faded purple cushion, and the interior was full of narrow boxes stacked floor to ceiling in a way that suggested the inventory had exceeded the architecture, and both parties had decided to live with it. The air was still and slightly charged, the way air was in places where something kept happening. The man behind the counter appeared out of the stacks with the suddenness of someone who had been there all along. He was old and slight, with wide, pale eyes that had the quality of eyes that had been looking at things very carefully for a very long time. He looked at Harry. I wondered, the man said softly, when I would see you. He looked at Harry's forehead, at the scar, and his expression had depth in it, not pity, not performance, but genuine weight. I remember every wand I've sold, Mr. Potter. I remember the wand that gave you that scar. Harry stood very still. Voldemort's wand. Ollivander looked at him with something new in those pale eyes. Most people flinched at the name. Yes, he said. 13.5 inches, you, Phoenix Feather Core. He paused. And I think you'll find that the wand that awaits you here shares something with it. The phoenix, a remarkable bird, gave only 2 tail feathers. One for that wand. One for its brother. Harry processed this. He was getting better at processing the things that this new world delivered, but this one landed strangely, The connection to something that had killed his parents, something that had tried to kill him, embedded in the wand that was meant to be his. Morticia, who had come in behind him, looked at Ollivander with the quiet, direct attention she gave to things that required careful assessment. "Does it matter?" she asked the wand maker. "The connection." Ollivander considered the question seriously. "It makes them unusual partners," he said. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mrs. Addams," she said. He looked at her properly then. The way Grimtooth had looked at her, with the focused attention of someone whose professional sensitivity had registered something. "Addams," he repeated. "Yes," she said pleasantly. He looked between her and Harry with an expression that was doing considerable work to remain professionally neutral. "Yes," he said. "The connection matters in that it is known. But the wand chooses." "And what chooses," he said, returning to Harry, "has already decided." The fitting took half an hour, in the efficient chaos of wand after wand being tried and most of them producing results ranging from mildly inadvisable to actually alarming. A jet of red sparks, a brief shower of something that was probably not water, and one incident where a set of boxes organized themselves into a very determined tower that had to be addressed before proceeding. Wednesday watched from the corner with her notebook open and the expression of someone at a genuinely interesting exhibition. The wand that was right was 11 inches holly, with the phoenix feather core that Ollivander had been moving towards since the beginning. Harry picked it up and felt the thing that Ollivander had described as warmth run up his arm, but it was more specific than warmth. It was recognition, the feeling of something returning to where it had always been meant to be. The air in the shop moved, briefly, with no visible cause. Ollivander smiled, and it was a smile with a great deal in it. "Curious," he said softly. "Very curious." "You keep saying that," Wednesday observed. "Because it is," he said. He looked at Harry. "The brother wand is how your parents died, Mr. Potter. And that wand chose you." He let this sit for a moment, not dramatically but with the gravity it deserved. "I wonder sometimes whether wands choose based on what a wizard is or what they'll need to become." Harry looked at the wand in his hand. At the holly wood and the pale core, at the thing that had decided it was his before he'd even touched it. "Maybe both," he said. Ollivander looked at him with those pale, deep eyes and said simply, "Yes. Perhaps both." They reconvened outside with Harry's boxes and bags packed into Lurch's waiting arms. Lurch had materialized, as Lurch did, at the entrance to the alley at approximately the right time, and Gomez stood with his legal folders and his crumbs situation and looked at the group assembled with the particular satisfaction of a man at the end of a day that had delivered. "Lunch," he said. "Proper lunch. I saw a place called the Brass Besom on the corner that had a blackboard, and I trust blackboards." "We need to talk about the Wisingamot hearing," Morticia said. "Over lunch," Gomez said. "Over lunch," she agreed. Harry shifted his bag onto his shoulder, the one with the books, which he'd been carrying himself because it was his bag with his books and those were new feelings he wanted to maintain physical contact with, and fell into step with the family, and they walked back down the alley toward the Leaky Cauldron in the late summer afternoon. People still stared. Harry noticed, caught himself moving his shoulders up, and made a deliberate decision. He moved through it. He let himself be seen in it, with these people, on this street, in this world that was his. A small girl of about 5, riding on her father's shoulders, pointed at Harry and said loudly, "Dad, that's Harry Potter." And then, after a pause in which she apparently conducted her own internal debate about additional information, "He's with the scary lady." Morticia, who had heard this, turned her head very slightly and gave the child the small, composed smile she gave to children she found observant. The child beamed at her with the total fearlessness of 5 years old. "She's not scary," Harry said, to no one in particular. Wednesday, beside him, said, "She's terrifying." "That's different." "What's the difference?" "Scary is a feeling you have about something unknown," Wednesday said. "Terrifying is the feeling you have when you know exactly what something is and what it can do." She glanced up at Morticia, who was now ahead of them, conversing with Gomez. My mother is terrifying because she is entirely herself, entirely certain, and entirely on your side. That combination is the most powerful thing there is. Harry watched Morticia, the black dress against the color and movement of the alley, the absolute self-possession of her, as she navigated a world she hadn't known yesterday with the same composure she brought to her own. Yeah, he said. That tracks. The brass besom had excellent pies and a fireplace despite the August heat, and a proprietor who recognized Harry with the now familiar deferred awe and gave them the back corner table with the efficiency of someone who considered it a privilege. Nobody came to bother them, partly because the table was relatively hidden and partly because Lurch, seated at the table's outer edge with a small plate of something he appeared to be eating without tasting, discouraged casual approach. Gomez spread the Gringotts documents on the table between the pie plates and talked through them with the organized energy of a man who had been thinking about a problem for several hours and had arrived at a structure. The hearing, he said, will be before the full Wiesengemot, or a significant portion of it. Their objection to the adoption will be framed legally, some combination of Harry's status as a wizarding minor, the application of wizarding inheritance law, the question of whether a non-magical family can be appropriate adopters, possibly the security implications of Harry being outside the established protection framework. He looked at Morticia. The actual objection will be political. There are people in that body who have spent 25 years relating to Harry Potter as a symbol, as an asset, as a narrative function. The idea of him having an actual family that isn't the one they've assigned him disrupts a great deal of their preferred story. What's our argument? Harry asked. Gomez looked at him. You're old enough to be at this table, and you should be, he said. Our argument has 3 elements. First, legal. The original placement was improperly executed under both Muggle and Wizarding law, and the welfare documentation, including Dr. Bose's report, constitutes irrefutable evidence of harm. Second, procedural. The Muggle family court has already issued temporary guardianship, and the Wiesengemot's authority to override that ruling is, at best, unclear and at worst, not applicable, because Harry is also a British citizen under Muggle law and that law protects him regardless of his magical status. And third? Harry said. Gomez smiled. It was the smile he had for his best arguments. Third, he said, is the money. He tapped the Gringotts folder. Someone in a position of official wizarding authority used a formal trust instrument to make payments labeled as welfare contributions for a child who, during the same period, was sleeping in a cupboard and accumulating 15 broken bones. That is fraud, Harry. Not sloppy administration. Not oversight. The documentation is too careful for oversight. The table was quiet for a moment. Harry looked at the documents, at the columns of numbers that represented years of official neglect packaged as official care. He felt something cold and very clear settle in him, not anger exactly. Anger was hot and blunt, and he'd learned to keep it close. But the specific cold clarity of a person understanding the shape of what was done to them. Dumbledore knew, he said. We don't know that yet, Gomez said carefully. We know the instrument is in his name. We know the payments were authorized under his title. Whether he personally administered it or whether it was handled by someone in his office, he knew, Harry said. Gomez looked at him for a moment. Yes, he said quietly. I believe he did. And he'll be at the hearing, Harry said. Almost certainly. Good, Harry said. Wednesday was watching him from across the table with her notebook closed for once, and her expression had the particular quality it had when she was deciding something was finished being assessed and had been found to be what she'd expected. The hearing is in 6 weeks, Morticia said. She had been quiet through Gomez's outline, drinking her tea with the composed attention she gave to plans being finalized. 6 weeks is enough to prepare. We'll go to Connecticut first. You should meet your siblings, Harry, and there are things at the house that we'll want for the hearing. She paused. Also, Pugsley has been asking about you. He has, Harry said. He wants to know if you have any experience with explosives, Morticia said, with the serene delivery of someone stating a perfectly reasonable fact. I don't, Harry said. He'll consider that an opportunity, Morticia said. Should I be worried about that? Probably, Wednesday said. Definitely, Gomez said, at the same time, with the loving warmth of a man entirely at peace with this. Harry looked at them, at Gomez eating his pie with one hand and making notes with the other, at Wednesday back in her notebook, at Morticia watching him with that quiet, structural regard, and something loosened in him that had been held tight for so long he'd stopped knowing it was tense. Connecticut, he said. Okay. The house will take some adjustment, Gomez said. It can be alarming on first encounter. Alarming how? Well, Gomez said. The east wing is unstable. The greenhouse is carnivorous. Cousin Itt tends to appear in doorways without announcement. There's a suit of armor in the hallway that has opinions about hats. He considered. And grandmother. What about grandmother? Grandmother, Gomez said, with the affection of a man describing a beloved force of nature, is 300 years old and the most accurate judge of character in the Northern Hemisphere. She will look at you and decide immediately what she thinks, and she will not pretend otherwise. He paused. The thing is, Harry, her assessments are never wrong. What if she doesn't like me? Harry asked. Gomez looked at him with those bright, warm eyes that had the particular quality of someone who saw exactly what they were looking at. She will, he said simply. He's right, Wednesday confirmed. She'll say something alarming and then offer you her specific herbal tea, and the tea means you're in. What if she doesn't offer the tea? She will, Wednesday said again, with the flat certainty of someone making a prediction they've already confirmed. Harry looked at his pie. He ate some of it. It was very good, the particular excellence of food in a place that cared about it, with a dark filling that he couldn't entirely identify but which tasted like something that had taken time. Can I ask something? He said. Always, Morticia said. The Wisinghamot hearing, he said. It's about the adoption. But there's the other thing, the prophecy, Voldemort, all of it. Are they going to use that? Will they say I have to stay in England, stay where they can, where Dumbledore can, they'll try, Morticia said. And? She looked at him with that long, direct attention that contained no equivocation. The prophecy says what will happen, she said. It does not say where you have to live until then, or with whom, or under whose management. She paused. You are not a chess piece, Harry, whatever anyone has decided to call you. You are a child who will become a person. Those are not the same as a symbol, or a strategy, or a narrative about sacrifice. Dumbledore believes the protection failed, she said simply. I know what was in that house. The love that was supposed to anchor it wasn't there. Whatever magical mechanism he relied on, whatever the theory held, the practice did not hold. Her voice was the same as always, low and measured, but there was something in it that had an edge, the first one he'd heard from her, fine and cold. And he knows it. He stood in my sitting room and he knows it. Harry looked at her for a long moment. You're very frightening, he said. Wednesday made a small sound that was not quite a laugh but lived in that neighborhood. Morticia looked at him, and the slight smile came, composed and genuine. Good, she said. They left Diagon Alley at 4 in the afternoon, loaded with boxes and bags and Gringotts folders, and walked back through the leaky cauldron into Charing Cross Road, which received them with the cheerful indifference of a city that had seen everything. Lurch loaded the bags into the car. Gomez took a final look back at the leaky cauldron sign with the expression of a man committing a landmark to memory. Harry got into the Bentley and sat back and felt the weight of the day, the vault, the documents, the wand, the world, settle over him like something that had always been there and was only now making its presence known. He put his hand in his jacket pocket and touched the handle of his wand, wrapped in its box, and felt the same thing he'd felt in Ollivander's, the faint warmth of recognition, the sense of something returned to where it belonged. Harry, Wednesday said from beside him. Yeah. The vault. What about it? The second one. With the payments. She looked at him. When the adoption is finalized, And it will be. Those funds become yours to control. All of them. He looked at her. He hadn't thought about this. He turned it over. What do you think I should do with them? He asked. Wednesday considered. I think that's the first question you've asked that requires more time than we currently have, she said. But I think you know the answer already. He thought about cupboards and rationed food and library books borrowed 3 times because returning them meant going without. He thought about what money spent on his welfare could have been instead. Yeah, he said quietly. I think I do. The Bentley pulled out into London traffic, carrying them forward, away from the alley and its revelations and its gold, toward the motorway in Surrey and whatever came after that, and somewhere in Harry's jacket pocket, the wand that had chosen him was warm against his hand. Chapter 5. The hearing. The Addams house in Connecticut had been described, at various points in its history, as a blight, an eyesore, a public safety concern, and once, by a journalist who had come to write an exposé and left with a different worldview, as the most coherent building I have ever encountered. It stood on a hill at the end of a dead-end road with the confidence of something that had decided exactly what it was before the neighborhood arrived and had no intention of reconsidering. The grounds were extensive and aggressively Gothic, a cemetery, a greenhouse that moved when it was hungry, an ornamental pond that was neither ornamental nor entirely a pond, and the house itself was a Victorian pile of towers and gables and windows that seemed to have more glass than the architecture should have permitted, all of it dark, all of it deliberate, all of it entirely itself. Harry stood at the iron gate on the afternoon they arrived and looked up at it. It's real, he said. He meant it as confirmation rather than surprise. Of course it's real, Wednesday said. I thought. He stopped. I think I thought it might be a metaphor. We're not a metaphor, Wednesday said. We're a family. The gate opened without anyone touching it. Inside, on the path, something moved in the topiary, a shape that might have been a dog if dogs were larger than they had any reason to be, and moved with the particular fluid wrongness of something that had never needed to pass for ordinary. Harry watched it. It watched him back. That's Aristotle, Wednesday said. He'll decide about you in his own time. Don't try to pet him. I wasn't going to. Good. Pugsley met them at the door. He was 10, broad-shouldered, wearing a shirt with a scorch mark on the front that appeared to be recent, and he looked at Harry with the direct enthusiasm of someone who had been told to expect a specific person and had been thinking about what questions to ask. You're Harry, he said. Yes, Harry said. Do you explode things? Not intentionally. Pugsley's expression said this was a solvable problem. I can teach you, he offered. Maybe, Harry said. He meant it. Pugsley grinned, the large, uncomplicated grin of a boy who had just found out that the new person was probably going to be fine, and stepped back to let them in. The entrance hall was everything the outside promised: dark wood, portraits that watched with genuine attention, a suit of armor near the stairs that turned its helmet 20 degrees to observe Harry's arrival, and a chandelier that appeared to be made of something that was not entirely crystal and cast light that was more interesting than light had any right to be. Harry stood in it and felt, for the second time in 2 months, the feeling of a room that didn't require him to be smaller than he was. Grandmother is in the sitting room, Pugsley said. She says she'll see Harry when she's ready, which probably means now. It means now, Gomez confirmed, from behind Harry. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder briefly. Remember what I said. She'll know immediately. Don't try to perform anything. What should I do? Harry asked. Be exactly what you are, Gomez said, with the simplicity of someone giving advice he believed absolutely. Grandmama was not 300 years old in any way that showed up in a birth registry, but she was old in the way of something that had been refined past the point of any single category containing it. She was small and specific and sat in the high-backed chair by the fireplace with the settled authority of a woman who had occupied space for so long the space had simply organized itself around her. She looked at Harry when he came in with the look he'd been warned about, precise, thorough, without social coding of any kind. He looked back. He'd been looked at all his life by people making assessments. He'd learned to stand in them without apologizing. Something shifted in Grandmama's face. She reached to the small table beside her without looking away from him and poured a second cup of tea from the pot that was already there. She held it out. Harry took it. "Sit," she said. Her voice was the voice of someone who had given orders in several languages over several centuries and found them all equally effective. He sat. He drank the tea. It tasted of something dark and slightly sweet with an undercurrent that didn't have a name in the flavor vocabulary he'd accumulated so far, and it was very good. "Your parents died well," she said. Not as comfort. As information delivered with the respect she apparently gave to people who had done something difficult correctly. He looked at her. "Yes," he said. "I think so." "You carry it well," she said. "I've had practice," he said. She looked at him for one more moment. Then she picked up her own tea. "You'll do," she said. He looked at his cup. He felt something in his throat that he elected not to examine too closely. Behind him, in the doorway, Gomez exhaled very quietly. The 6 weeks were the fullest of Harry's life, which was not a high bar but was also true in absolute terms regardless of comparison. He and Pugsley developed a working relationship that operated on the principle of shared curiosity and mutual tolerance for collateral damage. Pugsley's projects were, in the main, structural in nature, things that could be built, modified, launched, or detonated, and he approached them with the systematic enthusiasm of someone who had found his discipline early and was deepening it. Harry helped with the ones that interested him and watched the ones that didn't and learned that the correct response to most of Pugsley's experimental results was "That's very good, what did you expect?" rather than any expression of alarm. Wednesday and Harry continued what had started in the library at Dark Hollow, the daily reading, the discussions that followed, the particular rhythm of two people who found the same things interesting for different reasons. She was reading wizarding legal texts by the second week, sourced by Gomez from the same network of contacts he was building for the hearing, and she annotated them in her small, precise handwriting and left them on the library table where Harry would find them with relevant passages marked. He read them. He read everything. He read with the hunger of a child who had spent 10 years in a house with one bookshelf and a school that had him sitting in the back row, and the Addams library, which was vast, eclectic, and not organized by any system Harry could initially identify but which had its own logic once you spent enough time in it, received this hunger without reservation. Morticia found him in the library at midnight one Tuesday with 3 books open and his wand on the table. "The wand?" she said, sitting beside him. Not an accusation. An observation. "I've been practicing," he said. "The movements from the book. Not spells, just the movements." She looked at the books, then at the wand. "Show me." He picked up the wand and did the movement for Lumos, the flowing arc from the diagram, which he'd practiced until it had stopped feeling foreign. Nothing happened because wand work without the verbal component was incomplete, but the arc was correct. He knew it was correct because the wand was warm and the air had that brief, almost imperceptible shimmer he'd started to recognize as the edge of something happening. Morticia watched it with her quiet attention. "You have very good instincts," she said. "I don't know what I'm doing," he said. "No one does at first," she said. "Good instincts and not knowing what you're doing are not incompatible. Usually they go together." She paused. "Dumbledore said your mother was exceptional at charms." Harry looked at the wand. "Do you think I'll be like her?" "You already are, in the things that matter," she said. "Whether you'll be exceptional at charms is something we'll find out in September." He put the wand down. "Are you going to miss me?" he said. "When I go to Hogwarts?" She looked at him steadily. "Yes," she said. "But I'll write. I expect you to write back." "I will," he said. He paused. "How do wizarding letters work?" "Dumbledore said the owls will get you an owl," she said, with the composure of someone for whom this was a practical matter with an obvious solution. "Before September 1st. He nodded. He looked at his books. "Morticia." "Yes." "What happens if we lose the hearing?" he said. Worst case. The Wisengamot blocks the adoption. Dumbledore's protection argument holds. The court, we won't lose, she said. But if we did, he said. I need to know. She looked at him for a long moment with that regard of hers, the one that held its ground. If the Wisengamot blocked the adoption, she said, the Muggle family court order would still stand. Temporary guardianship remains with us unless a Muggle court overturns it, and no wizarding authority has jurisdiction over Muggle family law. They would have to take you from us by force. She paused. And I would like to see them try. She said the last sentence with the same composure as everything else, which made it infinitely more convincing than Heat would have. Harry looked at her. You've thought through the worst case. I think through everything, she said. That's how you prevent the worst case. She stood, smoothing her dress. Go to sleep. Gomez has a full briefing scheduled for tomorrow morning, and he's worse when his audience isn't rested. The briefing was at 9 in the dining room, which Gomez had converted for the purpose. The long table was covered in documents arranged by category in a system only Gomez fully understood, but which he explained at velocity, moving between piles with the focused energy of a man in his natural environment. Elspeth was there via phone, her voice coming from a speaker in the middle of the table with the crisp authority of someone who had prepared extensively and wanted everyone to know it. Her wizarding law contact, a solicitor named Aldred Thorne who worked out of a small office in Wizarding Edinburgh and had the voice of someone who had argued before the Wisengamot before and found it instructive, was also on the phone. Harry was at the table. So was Wednesday, with her notebook. The hearing is in 12 days, Gomez said. The Wisengamot has convened a special session, which means 50 members plus the Chief Warlock. He paused. Dumbledore is the Chief Warlock. He will preside, which creates. He looked at Aldred Thorne's phone. Aldred. A significant conflict of interest, Aldred said in his Edinburgh voice. In ordinary wizarding law, the Chief Warlock does not preside over matters in which he has a personal stake. I'll be filing a motion to have him recused and replaced by a neutral senior member. He paused. He may resist this. He will, Gomez said. But the motion is correct, and it's on the record regardless of how he rules. He moved to the next pile. The adoption argument. 3 elements, Elspeth, give us the Muggle law position. The family court temporary order is valid and current, Elspeth said. Under English law, that order grants the Addams family full guardianship rights. Wizarding authorities have no recognized jurisdiction over Muggle family court orders. There is no treaty, no protocol, no mechanism of mutual recognition. If the Wisengamot rules against the adoption, it is essentially ruling that wizarding law supersedes Muggle law for Muggle jurisdiction matters, which opens a constitutional question they have never previously been tested on. She paused. I want them to open that question. Why? Harry asked. Because the answer, argued properly, confirms that you are protected by both systems simultaneously, she said. And neither system can strip the other's protections without the question of which law governs you becoming a parliamentary matter in both the Muggle and wizarding world. She paused again, with the satisfaction of someone who has built a box with no exits. That is a fight no one in either government wants to have in public. Wednesday wrote something in her notebook. The welfare argument, Gomez said. Aldred. The Children's Welfare Charter of the Wisengamot, 1797, as amended in 1893 and 1952, establishes a clear statutory duty of care for all wizarding children, Aldred said. Harry Potter is, as a wizard, subject to that charter. The charter has never been applied against the Wisengamot itself, but the language is unambiguous. Any adult in a position of knowledge who fails to act on evidence of harm to a wizarding child is in breach. Given the Gringotts documentation, the money, Harry said. The payments made in Dumbledore's name, labeled welfare contributions, during a period where welfare was demonstrably not provided, yes. Under the charter, that is evidence of breach by the responsible party. Aldred's voice was careful. I want to be precise. This doesn't prove intent. it proves knowledge. The payments were made by someone who knew that welfare obligations existed. The question of why they were not met is one for the Wizengamot to answer. Harry looked at the Gringotts folder, which had its own section of the table. All those columns of numbers. All those years. There's one more element, Gomez said. He looked at Harry. You. Me. The Wizengamot may call you to testify, Gomez said. Aldred believes they will. You're the subject of the hearing, the person whose life is being determined. The neutral members will want to hear from you directly. He looked at Harry steadily. I want you to be prepared for what that means. They will ask you about the Dursleys. They will ask you about the protection magic and whether you were aware of it. They may ask you about Voldemort. He paused on the name without flinching, because Gomez Addams had never flinched at a name in his life. They will almost certainly try to make the argument that your personal preferences should be subordinated to the security of the wizarding world. What do I say to that? Harry said. Gomez looked at him. What do you think? Harry thought about it seriously. He thought about what Wednesday had said, the question is whether you stay a piece. He thought about Morticia's you are not a chess piece. He thought about the cold, clear feeling he'd had in the Gringotts' private room, the shape of what had been done to him coming clear. I say, Harry said slowly, that the wizarding world already decided I was worth sacrificing once. They called it a prophecy and let a dark wizard murder my parents and nearly murder me, and then they left me in a house where I got 15 broken bones and called it protection. He paused. If the security of the wizarding world depends on me being miserable, then the wizarding world has a structural problem that isn't solved by making me more miserable. The room was quiet. Alder Thorne, from his Edinburgh phone, said, Write that down exactly as he said it. Wednesday was already writing. They travelled to London 3 days before the hearing, Morticia, Gomez, Harry, and Wednesday, Lurch in the car with the luggage, Elspeth meeting them at the hotel in Bloomsbury that the firm had used for significant cases since the 90s. It was a good hotel, quiet and serious, the kind that attracted lawyers and people with complicated situations requiring discretion. The day before the hearing, Dumbledore came. Not formally, not with the purple ink and the wax seal. He knocked on the hotel room door at 4 in the afternoon, which Lurch answered with his expression of transcendent sorrow. He was in different robes than before, dark green, and his staff was with him, and he looked like a man who had been doing a great deal of thinking since Surrey. Mrs. Addams, he said, I wonder if I might speak with Harry. Morticia looked at him from the interior of the room. Harry, she said without moving. Harry appeared from the room he shared with Wednesday. He looked at Dumbledore in the doorway. Come in, Harry said. Because it was his decision, and he made it. They sat in the hotel sitting room, Harry, Morticia at a slight remove, Dumbledore in the chair across the low table. Dumbledore looked at Harry with those blue eyes that had depth in them, and something in his expression had shifted since Dark Hollow. The composed certainty was still there, because that was apparently structural, but it had a hairline crack in it. The crack of a man who had looked at what he'd done from a direction he hadn't previously tried. Tomorrow will be difficult, Dumbledore said. There are members of the Wizengamot who genuinely believe, as I once believed, that your welfare must be secondary to your function. They will argue it well, because they believe it sincerely. He paused. I want you to know that I intend to recuse myself from the hearing. Harry looked at him. Why? Because I cannot be impartial, Dumbledore said simply. And because... He paused with the difficulty of a man finding the accurate words for something he had been wrong about. Because the hearing deserves to be fair. You deserve it to be fair. He looked at his hands briefly. I have not always acted as though what you deserved was the primary consideration. I am working to understand the full extent of that error. The money, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. The payments, Harry said. From the trust instrument. Labeled welfare. While I was in a cupboard. He said it without anger. With the same cold clarity he'd found in the Gringotts' room. That needs to be answered. Not tomorrow, maybe. But it needs to be answered. Dumbledore was very still. Yes, he said. It does. He paused. The instrument was established with genuine intent. The funds were meant to ensure you had. He stopped himself. He looked at Harry with the expression of a man who has started a sentence and recognized, midway through, that the sentence does not survive contact with the fact of the boy sitting across from him. The funds were not used as they should have been. He said instead. That is on me. Entirely. Was it negligence? Harry asked. Or was there a reason you didn't want anyone looking too closely? It was the most direct he'd been. He felt Morticia, at her slight remove, receive this without moving. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Both, he said finally. And that is the most honest answer I can give you, and I understand if it's insufficient. Harry looked at him. He thought about what Gomez had said. People can have convinced themselves a terrible thing was necessary, and still call that love. He thought about the sitting room at Dark Hollow, and the blue eyes that had looked at him with something genuine. He thought about all of it together, the whole complicated shape of it, and decided not to resolve it into something simpler than it was. Thank you for telling me the truth, he said. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that had something broken open in it, quiet and significant, the expression of a man who has not been given grace he expected to have to fight for and doesn't quite know what to do with the surplus. I'll see you after the hearing, Harry said. When it's done. Dumbledore stood. He looked at Morticia. You have done something, he said to her quietly, that I could not. I want you to know that I see that. I did what needed doing, Morticia said. That's all. He nodded once, and Lurch showed him out, and the door closed, and Harry sat for a moment in the hotel sitting room while London made its evening sounds outside. Did you believe him? Morticia asked. Most of it, Harry said. The remorse part. The knowing it was wrong part. He paused. I don't think he's done arranging things. I think he's decided to arrange them differently. He looked at his hands. But that's something. Isn't it? It's something, she said. The morning of the hearing arrived with the specific grave finality of an important day that has been building for long enough that its arrival feels both inevitable and slightly unreal. Harry ate breakfast at the hotel table with Tuesday's London Times open in front of him, and didn't read it. Wednesday ate toast and read a wizarding legal text that Aldred had sent over, making notes in the margins with her small pen. Gomez came to breakfast in his best suit, which was navy pinstripe with a pocket square that cost more than most people's suits, and was vibrating with the focused energy he brought to hearings he had been looking forward to, which was all of them. Morticia came dressed in black, which was true of every day, but today the black had a quality to it, formal, precise, the black of someone who had decided exactly how to occupy the room she was about to walk into. Ready? Gomez said to the table. Yes, Morticia said. Yes, Wednesday said. Harry closed the newspaper. Yes, he said. The Ministry of Magic's entrance, through a telephone box off a central London street, which Harry found simultaneously absurd and genuinely clever, deposited them into an atrium of enormous proportions, with a fountain at its center that was spectacular, and currently containing a statue that Harry recognized from Dumbledore's description as recently revised in ways the wizarding public had opinions about. The ceiling was high and dark blue and implied depth. People in the atrium stopped and stared. This time the staring had a different quality than Diagon Alley, more complicated, less pure. There were people here who were looking at Harry Potter and calculating something. Harry could see the calculation happening. He met their eyes and kept walking. Gomez, at his side, said very quietly, "Head up." "It's up," Harry said. "I know," Gomez said. "I was reminding myself." Courtroom 10 was deep in the Ministry, reached by a series of lifts and a corridor that went steadily darker and older, as though the building's history settled toward its center. It was large, much larger than Harry had imagined from Aldred's description, with tiered stone benches arranged in a semicircle around a central open space containing, at its focus, a single chair. 53 witches and wizards of the Wizengamot occupied the benches in their plum-colored robes. They were already seated when Harry's group was brought in, and the collective attention of 53 people fell on them with the specific weight of a body that considered itself significant. Harry looked at the chair at the center. He'd been told about the chair. He'd been told there were chains, historically, though Aldred had confirmed they hadn't been used for a straightforward hearing in decades. The chair was empty. He sat in it anyway, because the alternative was standing, and standing suggested he hadn't decided to be here. The chains didn't move. Morticia and Gomez took seats at the advocates' table to the left, flanked by Elspeth and Aldred. Wednesdays sat behind the bar in the public gallery, notebook open. Lurch stood at the back. Harry could see his outline in the dim upper section of the room, the great height of him, and found it oddly settling. The senior member presiding, a witch named Griselda Marchbanks, very old and very small and with eyes that had survived several decades of ministry politics and arrived at a kind of settled clarity, called the session to order. This special session of the Wizengamot convenes in the matter of the adoption petition regarding Harry James Potter, she said. Chief Warlock Dumbledore has recused himself. I preside in his place. The petition is brought by Gomez and Morticia Addams. Opposing submissions have been filed by 7 members of this body. She looked at the room over her spectacles. We will hear from the petitioners first. Gomez stood. He buttoned his jacket with the single-button efficiency of a man who had done this in rooms from Geneva to Tokyo, picked up his legal pad, and walked to the center of the floor with the ease of someone going for a stroll. He turned to face the 53 members of the Wizengamot with an expression of warm, focused pleasure. Good morning, he said. My name is Gomez Addams. I represent myself and my wife as petitioners in this adoption. I've passed the bar in 14 jurisdictions, 15, as of 3 weeks ago, when I completed my examination in wizarding law, and I'll be honest with you, this is the most interesting room I've argued in. He paused, allowing the slight discomfort this caused to settle. Not because the case is complicated. It isn't. It's actually very simple, which I'll explain. It's interesting because of how many intelligent people in this room have managed to make a simple thing look complicated in order to avoid confronting what it actually is. A murmur from the benches. Marchbanks did not call it down. Harry Potter, Gomez said, and his voice shifted, still warm, but with something under it now, the way a river has something under it, is a child. He is 10 years old. He has, in his 10 years, been placed in an environment without proper legal documentation, without any assigned welfare oversight, without a single formal check on his welfare in a decade, and has sustained, in that environment, 15 documented fractures, chronic malnourishment, and the psychological effects of sustained neglect that Dr. Anand Bose of King's College Hospital will detail for you this morning. He paused. That is what this hearing is about. Not prophecies. Not dark lords. Not the security of the wizarding world. A 10-year-old boy, a decade of harm, and a simple legal question: does he deserve a family that will not harm him? Because if the answer is no, if this body decides that his function in your war supersedes his right to not be hurt, then I would ask every member in this room to say that plainly, out loud, so the record reflects it. Dead silence. Marchbanks looked at him with the expression of someone who had been doing this for 60 years and was updating her assessment of the advocate in front of her. Please proceed, she said. The morning was long and dense and Gomez conducted it like a symphony. Dr. Bose testified via pensive memory, his examination of Harry rendered in full 3-dimensional detail in the center of the chamber, the quiet, thorough inventory of 15 fractures, the evidence of malnourishment, the psychological indicators. Delivered with the measured precision of expert witness testimony, and received by the chamber in the specific silence that comes when a room is confronted with something it can't dismiss. Elspeth presented the legal documentation, the absence of any formal welfare record, the school incidents, the failed follow-up. Aldred presented the wizarding law argument, citing the 1797 Charter and its amendments, building the breach of duty case with the architectural patience of a man who had been waiting for this particular argument his whole career. And then Gomez produced the Gringotts documents. He laid them on the evidence table in the center of the floor with the quiet deliberateness of a man putting down something heavy. Vault 688 at Gringotts Bank, he said. Established November 1981. Receiving payments from a trust instrument registered in the name of the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, described as custodial welfare contributions for Harry James Potter. He looked at the room. During the same period in which Harry Potter had no social worker, no welfare check, no formal placement documentation, and was sleeping in a cupboard under a staircase. He paused. I'd like a member of this body to explain the discrepancy. 7 members had filed opposing submissions. The most prominent among them was a wizard named Cornelius Fudge, who was the Minister for Magic and who had, Aldred had briefed them, significant political reasons for wanting Harry's situation kept as it was, the stability of the boy who lived story, the political capital of the prophecy narrative, the general ministerial preference for things that had been arranged to stay arranged. Fudge rose. He was a round, anxious-looking man with a bowler hat that he wasn't wearing because he was in a formal session, but which you could tell he was used to wearing by the way his hands moved as though they missed it. He spoke with the voice of a man performing confidence he was actively generating. The payments, Fudge said, were established as a precaution. In the event that Harry Potter required resources, financial resources, for his welfare during a period of significant wizarding instability, the fund was there to be drawn upon. That it wasn't drawn upon reflects, Gomez said pleasantly, that no one was managing the welfare it was supposedly funding. Now see here, Mr. Fudge, Marchbanks said, with the tone of a woman who had no time for either of them. You'll address the chair. Fudge addressed the chair. He made the argument about the prophecy. He made the argument about the protection magic. He made the argument about wizarding security and the special nature of Harry Potter's role and the importance of continuity of planning. He was not bad at it. He was, in fact, decent. He had the fluency of someone who had been making political arguments his whole working life and had developed a genuine technique. He just had Morticia Addams about to speak, which changed the acoustics of the room whether she'd said anything yet or not. When Morticia rose, the chamber went quiet in a way that was distinct from its previous quiet. The previous quiet had been professional. This was the quiet of a room paying a different kind of attention. She walked to the center of the floor in her black dress with the composure that had survived Vernon Dursley, Albus Dumbledore, a Surrey roundabout, and 6 weeks of legal preparation, and she stood in the focused attention of 53 wizarding legislators and looked at them with the steady, direct regard she gave to everything she considered worth the full force of her attention. I am not a lawyer, she said. Her voice was low and clear and carried in the chamber without effort. My husband has made the legal arguments with his customary thoroughness. I want to say something different. She paused. I met Harry Potter on a Tuesday afternoon in August, she said. I was lost. I knocked on his aunt's door to ask directions. I was inside that house for less than 5 minutes. She looked at the room. In 5 minutes I saw a child who apologized before he'd been given anything to apologize for. A child who had learned to want nothing and expect nothing and make himself as invisible as possible, because being visible had costs he'd been taught to pay. She paused. I have 4 children. I know what children look like when they've been loved. I know what they look like when they haven't. She looked at Fudge. Not with hostility. With the particular precision of someone identifying exactly what they're addressing. The argument you're making, she said, is that Harry Potter's suffering is acceptable because it serves a purpose. That the prophecy, the protection magic, the greater good, these things justify what was done to him, and what was allowed to continue. She paused. I want to make sure I understand the argument correctly before I address it. Fudge said nothing. The argument is correct, she said. That suffering can serve purposes. History is full of sacrifices made for greater ends. I don't dispute the mechanism. She looked at the room, at all 53 faces. What I dispute is who got to decide that Harry Potter's suffering was the sacrifice to make. He didn't decide. He was 1 year old. Her voice was the same, steady, low, measured. Someone looked at a 1-year-old child, decided he was a soldier in a war he hadn't enlisted in, and arranged his life accordingly. And called that protection. The chamber was very still. You may decide, she said, that the adoption cannot proceed. You have the theoretical authority, and my husband will contest that authority vigorously and at length, but you have it. She looked at the room. But I want you to understand what you are deciding, if that is what you decide. You are deciding that the Wizarding World's claim on Harry Potter supersedes his claim on a family that will not hurt him. You are deciding, in writing, that a child's welfare is negotiable when the stakes are high enough. She paused. And you are deciding it about a child who is sitting in this room, listening to you do it. Every eye in the room went to Harry. He was sitting in the chair at the center of the floor. He was sitting straight, not defiantly, just present. His hands were flat on his knees. His green eyes were looking at the chamber with the same clear, direct attention he'd been giving everything since Dark Hollow, the assessment of a child who had learned to read rooms and had decided to read this one fully. He did not look frightened. He did not look like a symbol or a sacrifice or a chess piece. He looked like a person. Marchbanks looked at him for a long moment over her spectacles. Mr. Potter, she said, do you wish to address the chamber? He stood up. He didn't look at Gomez or Morticia for confirmation first. He just stood up. Yes, he said. He had thought about this. Not in the way of a prepared speech. He'd been advised against a prepared speech by Aldred, who'd said the Wizengamot responds to sincerity and is extremely good at detecting its absence. He'd thought about the true things, the precise things, the things he knew with certainty because they had happened to him. I know about the prophecy, he said. I know what it says and what Dumbledore thinks it means. I've had 6 weeks to think about it. He looked at the chamber. I don't think a prophecy is a plan. I don't think being told that something will happen means everyone gets to arrange things so it happens in the way that's most convenient for them. Especially not when the person it happens to is a baby who can't say no. He paused. He thought about the cold clarity he'd found in the Gringotts room, the shape of everything made visible. I lived in a cupboard for 10 years, he said. I had 15 broken bones. I had no assigned social worker and no welfare check and a school that noticed something was wrong and wrote a note that nobody followed up on. He looked at the ministerial benches. That happened in a country where there are laws against it. Where there are systems specifically designed to prevent it. And it happened anyway, for 10 years, because someone decided it was necessary. He let that sit. I'm going to go to Hogwarts in September, he said. I'm going to learn magic. I'm going to do whatever the prophecy says I'm going to do, I suppose, because that's what prophecies apparently mean. He paused. But I'm going to do it as a person with a family and a home and something worth coming back to. Not as a weapon someone left in a cupboard until they needed it. He looked at the chamber steadily. The Addams family takes care of its own. I know, because I've seen it. 6 weeks is enough to know something true. He sat back down. The chamber was completely still. Wednesday, from the gallery, wrote one word in her notebook and underlined it. She did not show it to anyone, but Harry, who had sat back down in the chair, would have recognized it if he had sufficient. The deliberation took 2 hours. Gomez ate a sandwich from a paper bag in the corridor outside the chamber with the equanimity of a man who had done his work and had faith in it. Elspeth reviewed documents. Aldred paced in a small, focused circuit. Morticia stood with her tea. Somehow there was tea, Lurch had produced it from somewhere, and looked at the ministry corridor with the patient attention she gave to things that were currently happening correctly. Harry sat on a bench with Wednesday and did not speak for the first 40 minutes, and she did not fill the silence, because she understood the silence was being used. Whatever they decide, he said eventually. Yes? She said. I'm still going to Hogwarts. Obviously, she said. And I'm still. He stopped. I'm still Harry Addams. Or I'm going to be. You already are, she said. Not warmly, not softly. Just accurately? The way she said true things? He looked at the corridor ceiling, at the ministry's institutional grandeur pressing down from above, and thought about all the buildings he'd been inside in the past 2 months that had tried, in various ways, to tell him what he was. The Dursleys' house. The Gringotts' vault. This chamber. The Addams house in Connecticut had not tried to tell him anything. It had simply been what it was and let him be what he was inside it. That was, he thought, what a home actually did. The chamber doors opened. Griselda Marchbanks read the ruling from a scroll with the precise intonation of someone who had been trained to make rulings legible. The Wizengamot, by a vote of 39 to 14, found no statutory basis under wizarding law to oppose the adoption. It found that the welfare provisions of the 1797 Charter had been insufficiently applied in the matter of Harry Potter's placement with the Dursley family, and that the records produced in evidence constituted grounds for a formal inquiry into the management of the Chief Warlock's trust instrument. It found that the Muggle family court order existed in a separate legal jurisdiction and was valid and extant. It found, in summary, that the adoption could proceed. 39 to 14. The 14 who had voted to oppose were largely ministerial, Fudge and his orbit. The 39 included people Harry hadn't expected, older members, serious-faced women and men in plum robes who had listened to Morticia and Gomez and looked at Harry in his chair and done the arithmetic of what they were being asked to decide. Gomez let out a long breath and then immediately drew it back in for what was clearly going to be a substantial celebratory statement in Spanish. Elspeth permitted herself a small, precise smile. Aldred, who had been pacing, stopped. Morticia turned and looked at Harry. He looked back at her. "All right," she said. It was a small question for the size of the moment. He appreciated this about her, that she did not make the moments larger than they needed to be. That she let them be what they were. "Yes," he said. She held out her hand. He took it. That was all. It was enough. Outside the ministry, on the street, London was doing its afternoon business with total indifference to the hearing that had just concluded underground beneath it. People walked past. A bus went by. A pigeon conducted its investigations near a rubbish bin with the focus of a professional. Gomez emerged from the telephone box with his legal pad and his briefcase, and the radiant energy of a man at the absolute height of his powers, and put his arm around Harry's shoulders and said, 15 jurisdictions. I am retiring on this one." "You're not retiring," Morticia said. "I'm retiring from this one," Gomez said. "And immediately taking on the next one." "The inquiry," Harry said. "Into the trust instrument." "Into the trust instrument," Gomez confirmed, with the warm, focused certainty of a man who has more work to do and considers this ideal. "And Fudge?" "Fudge," Aldred said, appearing from the telephone box with his coat over his arm, "is currently in a ministry corridor having a conversation with 39 colleagues who voted against him, which is not, professionally, a comfortable afternoon. His office will be calling mine by Friday." Harry thought about Dumbledore, who had recused himself and was somewhere in the ministry or somewhere in England, thinking his complicated thoughts about prophecies and greater goods and the crack that had appeared in his certainty. "I said I'd see Dumbledore after," Harry said. "When it's done. He'll find you," Morticia said. "He always does." Wednesday appeared from the telephone box last, notebook under her arm, and stood on the pavement and looked at Harry with the flat, precise assessment she'd been giving him since the first day in the garden. 48, she said. "Your list? Things right about England." She paused. "It now has 1 entry." He looked at her. "The hearing went correctly," she said. "That's entry 1. He almost said something about it having more entries than that, about Dark Hollow Manor and Diagon Alley and the pasties and the wand warm in his pocket and all the days in Connecticut and the Gringotts' vault glittering in lamplight and Grandmama's tea, but he thought about how Wednesday said things, and decided the entry was about what she meant, not just what she'd said. "Fair," he said. She nodded once, with the satisfaction of someone whose accounting is in order. Lurch brought the car around. Gomez held the door. Harry got in, and the family got in around him, and they drove away from the ministry into the London afternoon, and the hearing was finished, and what it had been for was just beginning. Chapter 6. Platform 9 3/4. And what came after? The owl arrived the first week of September, 3 weeks before Harry was due at King's Cross. It was a barn owl, small and businesslike, and it arrived at the Connecticut house at breakfast with a letter from Hogwarts confirming his place and a separate note from Professor McGonagall, written in the precise, slanted hand of someone whose standards had been established decades ago and had not required revision since. The note said she was looking forward to having him in Gryffindor. She wrote in Gryffindor with a confidence that suggested she considered this settled business, and that she hoped the summer had been restful. Harry read this and looked at Morticia. "Restful," he said. She said. "She hopes the summer was restful. Perhaps she hasn't been briefed," Morticia said, and turned back to her book. He wrote back to McGonagall on the Addams family stationery, the black-bordered kind, with the crest, thanking her and confirming his attendance, and then he sat for a while looking at the letter with the specific feeling of someone standing at the top of a hill looking at what's coming. Hogwarts. In 3 weeks. He'd been reading everything he could find about it since Dumbledore had explained it in July, every book that touched on it, every reference in the wizarding histories he'd worked through, every mention in the legal texts Aldred had sent. He knew about the 4 houses and the moving staircases and the enchanted ceiling of the great hall that reflected the sky outside. He knew about Quidditch in the abstract, the way you knew about things from books rather than from experience, which was a different kind of knowing, and he was aware of the gap. He knew, also, what he didn't know, which was most of it, which was fine. He'd walked into not knowing before. He'd gotten better at it. Wednesday came into the breakfast room, poured coffee with the authority of someone who had decided caffeine was appropriate at 9 in the morning regardless of her age, and sat across from him. "When do we shop for the owl?" she said. "We? You need an owl," she said. "I want to assist with the selection." "You want to evaluate it," he said. "Yes." She drank her coffee. "An owl is a long-term commitment. It should be chosen carefully." "And you don't trust my judgment?" She looked at him. "I trust your judgment in most things. In animals I have more experience." She paused. "I know what to look for." He looked at her for a moment. Wednesday had, over the past 6 weeks, developed the habit of stating her interest in things as practical necessity. She wanted to help select the owl because she cared about getting it right for him, but she would not say that directly, because that was not how Wednesday expressed things. She expressed them as logistics and investment and selection criteria. He'd learned to hear the thing underneath. "All right," he said. "You pick the owl." She put her coffee down. "I'll need to research the available Muggle owl suppliers near King's Cross," she said, already reaching for her notebook. "We should go the day before departure." "The day before," Harry agreed. From the hallway came the sound of something that should not have been structural giving way in a manner that suggested Pugsley had been in the workshop since dawn, followed by the particular silence that preceded Pugsley appearing in a doorway with a scorched sleeve and the satisfied expression of a hypothesis confirmed. He appeared in the doorway. "Harry," he said, "the secondary launch mechanism works." "What were you launching?" Harry asked. Pugsley considered how to phrase this. "Theoretically," he said, "a trebuchet payload at sufficient velocity to clear the cemetery wall." "And practically?" "The cemetery wall needs repointing," Pugsley said. "But the velocity was sufficient." Harry looked at the doorway for a moment, and then back at Wednesday. "I'm going to miss this," he said. "You'll come home for Christmas," Wednesday said. "I know." He paused. "It's still going to be." He searched for the right word. "Different." "Different is not the same as worse," she said. "I know that too," he said. She looked at him with the flat, assessing look that had been, he'd come to understand, her version of warmth, the fully attending look, the look that took him seriously. "You're going to be fine," she said, and the flatness of it made it more convincing than any emphasis would have. I might be terrible at magic, he said. You won't be. You don't know that. I know you've been practicing the wand movements for 6 weeks, and you've read all 7 of the first-year books twice, she said. I also know that you survived something at 1 year old that killed a dark wizard of significant power. Your magical capacity is not in question. She paused. You might be terrible at potions. That's different. That's encouraging. It wasn't meant to be encouraging. It was meant to be accurate. She tapped her notebook. Being accurate is more useful than being encouraging. Harry looked at his breakfast, and then out the window, at the Connecticut morning and the cemetery at the end of the grounds and the ornamental pond that was not entirely a pond, and felt the particular feeling of a place that had become familiar. The feeling of somewhere you'd leave and come back to, which was different from all the other feelings he'd had about places, because all the other feelings had been about endurance. Survival. Getting through. This one was different. This one was return. Morticia came to find him the afternoon before they left for London. When he was in the library doing a last pass through his second-year books, he'd gone ahead on the theory that being further along than required was always preferable to being behind. She sat in the chair across from him with the quiet of someone who has timed their arrival correctly. Are you packed? She said. Mostly. Lurch took the trunk already. He set the book down. I was reading ahead. I know, she said. He looked at her. You're going to tell me something. I want to talk to you about Hogwarts, she said. Not the practical things. We've covered those. She paused. I want to talk about the other things. The things you're going to encounter that will be harder than wand movements. He waited. You're going to meet people who know your name before they know you, she said. You've had a taste of that in Diagon Alley, but Hogwarts will be sustained. Every person in that school has grown up hearing about Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child of the prophecy. She looked at him with a steady attention that never asked him to be anything other than what he was. Most of them will mean nothing harmful by it. But it will still be disorienting, and I want you to know that it's allowed to be disorienting. I know how to manage being stared at, he said. You know how to endure it, she said. That's different. She paused. At the Dursleys, you manage being seen by making yourself smaller. Here you've been learning to simply be seen, without either shrinking or performing. Hogwarts will test that. There will be people who want Harry Potter the symbol, and people who will be disappointed when they find you instead of the symbol, and people who will try to use what they know about you. And people who won't, he said. Yes, she said. And people who won't. Find those people first. He thought about that. How do I know which is which? You already do, she said. You've always known. You simply weren't in a position to act on it. She paused. You know how people who want something from you feel different from people who just want to know you. He thought about Dumbledore's complicated warmth. About Vernon's contempt and Petunia's fear. About Tom the barman's reflexive deference. About Wednesday on the garden wall, saying you don't have to say that to me. Yeah, he said. I know. Good, she said. She reached over and picked up the book he'd set down. She looked at the cover, Intermediate Magical Theory, second year, and the slight smile came. You've already read this. Twice, he said. Did you understand the chapter on intention-based casting? He considered. Most of it. The part about the relationship between emotional state and spell intensity was, I think I understand the theory, but I don't know how it feels yet. It'll feel different once you've cast properly, she said. The understanding will arrive in practice. That's how most things work. She put the book down. Harry. Yes. Write to me, she said. Not summary letters. Real letters. Tell me when things are difficult. Tell me when they're not. I will, he said. If there is ever anything that requires me to come to Scotland, she said with the composure that she brought to all hypotheticals that were not actually hypothetical, I will come to Scotland. I know, he said. I want to be clear about the scope. she said. I don't mean for emergencies. I mean if you need me. Those aren't always the same thing. He looked at her for a long moment, at this woman in black who had stopped her car on a Surrey street in August because something had felt wrong, who had made a decision in 5 minutes that had changed everything, who had walked into courtroom 10 and told 53 legislators what they were deciding in a voice so steady it had sounded like the verdict rather than the argument. I know, he said again, but differently. The way you said a thing when you meant the full weight of it rather than the surface. She held his gaze for a moment, and then she nodded once and stood up. Finish the theory chapter, she said. Dinner is at 7. Grandmother wants you to sit with her. Does she? She's very particular about who she wants to sit with her, Morticia said. You should take it as the significant thing it is. He looked at the book. He looked back at her in the doorway. Morticia. Yes. Thank you, he said, for stopping the car. She looked at him with the expression she had when something had gone exactly right and she was allowing herself to know it, just for a moment, before moving forward. You're welcome, she said, simply and completely, and left him to his reading. They left for London the next morning in the Bentley, all 5 of them, Gomez driving, Pugsley in the back complaining about the available legroom and Wednesday in her window seat with her notebook and Harry in the middle with the particular alertness of someone going somewhere significant who hasn't quite resolved how they feel about it. Lurch had traveled ahead with the trunk and would meet them at King's Cross. Grandmother had made a noise at breakfast that Harry had learned to interpret as approval, which was her equivalent of a send-off and had approximately the same ceremonial weight as a different grandmother's long speech. Gomez drove, and talked, and pointed out things of architectural or historical interest along the way with the enthusiasm of a man for whom the world was a continuous exhibition. Morticia read. Wednesday made notes. Pugsley fell asleep 20 miles into New Jersey and snored until Connecticut, which nobody acknowledged because acknowledging it would have been less efficient than ignoring it. Harry watched the miles go. He thought about September 1st, the platform, the train, 7 hours through England to Scotland, and at the end of it a castle. A castle full of moving staircases and enchanted ceilings and people who knew his name. A year of magic, of learning what all those wand movements actually did when accompanied by the words and the intention. A year of being somewhere that was his. He thought about the prophecy, because it was honest to think about it rather than file it away and pretend it wasn't there. He thought about what Wednesday had said. It's not an instruction manual, it's a spoiler, and found, as he had found then, that this framing was genuinely useful. Something would happen, eventually. In the meantime, he had a year of school. He had a house full of people he was going home to in December. He had a wand in his jacket pocket that was warm against his ribs. Harry, Pugsley said from the depths of his half-sleep. Yeah. Don't get sorted into Hufflepuff. Why not? Wednesday says it would disappoint nobody in our family, but she'd make a note of it anyway. Wednesday did not look up from her notebook. Accurate. What's wrong with Hufflepuff? Harry asked. Nothing, Wednesday said. It's simply not where you'll end up. Gryffindor? Harry said. Or Slytherin, she said. Depending on what the sorting hat weighs most heavily. Which do you think? She looked at him then, the sideways look with the flat, direct eyes. I think, she said, that you've spent 10 years surviving something that should have broken you and didn't, and you did it by being stubborn and adaptive and fundamentally impossible to diminish. That's Gryffindor. She paused. But you also have more strategic intelligence than anyone your age I've encountered, and you understand power and its implications in a way most children don't. Another pause. So it might argue with itself. What would you want? He asked. If you were going? She considered this seriously, which was how she considered everything. I don't know, she said. But I would want the hat to see me accurately. She looked back at her notebook. Make sure it does. London arrived around them in its grey, enormous, indifferent way, and the Bentley found King's Cross with 20 minutes to spare, which Gomez declared both miraculous and disappointing in sequence. The owl had been acquired the day before. Wednesday had selected it with the focused precision of someone conducting a professional evaluation, examining 3 different birds at the London supplier before pointing at a large tawny owl in the back corner who had been watching the proceedings with an expression of impartial assessment. "That one," she'd said. The tawny owl had looked at Harry. Harry had looked back at it. "Hello?" he'd said. The owl had made a sound that Wednesday later described as the sound of provisional acceptance pending further review, and Harry had named him Archimedes on the basis that the owl had the expression of someone who had been working out a theorem. Archimedes was in his cage on the trolley beside the trunk when they arrived at King's Cross, regarding the station concourse with the composure of an owl who had decided that human infrastructure was beneath comment. Lurch met them at the entrance. He had the trolley already and had apparently secured parking in a way that did not require explanation. They walked through King's Cross, 5 Addamses and Lurch, with the particular quality of walking that the Addams family had, which was to say they moved through the space as though the space was an arrangement made for their convenience, which had nothing to do with arrogance, and everything to do with the confidence of people who had never been made to feel that existing was an imposition. People moved around them. A few people stared. One man in muggle clothes did a pronounced double-take at Lurch. Harry walked with them and felt the stares sliding off him in a way they hadn't in August, because something had changed in the past 2 months in how he occupied his own body, some settling that had happened between the garden at Dark Hollow and the Wisengamot chamber, and the Connecticut Library at midnight with his wand moving through warm air. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 was brick, unexceptional, doing nothing to suggest it was anything other than a wall. Harry looked at it, and then at the clock. 11 minutes. "Right," he said. "Take the trolley at a confident pace," Gomez said. "Don't slow down. The barrier responds to certainty." "Everything does," Morticia said. Harry looked at the barrier. He looked at his family, Gomez with his briefcase, Morticia in black, Wednesday with her notebook, Pugsley who had eaten a bun from a King's Cross vendor and had crumbs, Lurch looming with the expression of someone in the grip of profound feeling. He gripped the trolley. He walked at the barrier at a confident pace. The brickwork dissolved around him, and the air changed in platform 9 3/4 announced itself, the steam, the scarlet engine, the controlled chaos of 1st of September, families and trunks and owls and children in various states of anxiety and excitement. The Hogwarts Express was enormous and red and real and pointed north, and the smell of the steam was something that felt, for reasons Harry couldn't entirely account for, like something he recognized. The family came through behind him. Pugsley looked at the train with the expression of an engineer considering load-bearing structures. Wednesday looked at the crowd with the expression of a naturalist cataloging a new species. Gomez looked at everything with the specific joy he brought to new experiences, and Morticia stood at Harry's shoulder and looked at the platform with the composure that was her constant and most reliable quality. People noticed them. People noticed Harry specifically, the way they'd been noticing him since Diagon Alley, the rapid recognition and the complicated feeling that followed it. A few families stopped. A woman with red hair who was managing what appeared to be 5 children, all with the same hair, looked at Harry and smiled with the direct, warm smile of someone who had read a great deal of complicated emotion into a single moment. A boy with the same red hair appeared at Harry's elbow, apparently having materialized from the crowd the way 11-year-olds materialized when they spotted another 11-year-old who might be interesting. "First year?" the boy said. "Yes," Harry said. "Me too," the boy said. He had freckles and an open face, and the particular expression of someone who was nervous and was performing not being nervous with moderate success. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." He glanced at Harry and did the recognition thing, the slight widening of the eyes, the recalibration, but he recovered quickly, with more grace than most people managed. You're Harry Potter." "Harry Addams," Harry said. He said it the way he'd been saying it for 3 weeks, the way you said something that had become true and needed to be heard accurately. "But yes." Ron blinked. "Addams? It's a long story," Harry said. "Right." Ron looked at the family behind Harry, at the Addamses in their collective glory, Gomez now apparently telling Lurch something that was making Lurch's expression of profound sorrow deepen in a way that might have been his version of laughter. Wednesday watching the crowd, Pugsley examining the train's coupling mechanism. And his face did the thing that honest faces did when they encountered something they hadn't expected and decided to simply accommodate it. "Cool family," he said. "Yeah," Harry said. "They are. My mum keeps trying to get me to the compartment," Ron said, with the expression of someone who had been told this enough times to anticipate it. "She worries about the train moving before I'm on it, like that's happened." He paused. "You want to share a compartment? I usually end up with whoever I can find who isn't terrible." Harry looked at him, at the open face and the nervous not nervous and the whoever I can find who isn't terrible, which was possibly the most honest basis for a compartment-sharing proposal he could imagine. "Yes," he said. "Give me a minute." He turned back to his family. Gomez had the expression of a man who had been watching this exchange and found it satisfactory. He pulled Harry into a brief, emphatic hug that had in it the full force of Gomez's personality, warm, physical, absolute, and then held him at arm's length and looked at him with those bright eyes. 7 years, he said. "But home for Christmas." "Home for Christmas," Harry confirmed. "Write to your mother," Gomez said. "First week." "I know. And if anyone in that castle, Gomez," Morticia said. "I'm just saying, he knows," she said. Pugsley shook Harry's hand with the seriousness of someone performing a ceremony. "The trebuchet will be upgraded by Christmas," he said. "We can test it on the East grounds." "I'll look forward to it," Harry said. Wednesday was last. She stood in front of him with her notebook under her arm and her flat eyes and the contained, precise attention she'd given him since a garden wall in Surrey. She held out her hand. He shook it. It was entirely Wednesday, the form of a formal goodbye, the content of something much less formal. Her grip was firm. "The first entry," she said. "On the list of things right." "Things right about England," he said. "Things right," she said. "Not just England." She looked at him with the full force of the assessment she'd been conducting since August, and let him see the conclusion. "You're the first entry on the list of things right." She paused. "I'm adding the Hogwarts Express." "That's 2." He looked at her. "Go," she said. "You'll be late." He picked up Archimedes' cage. He turned to Morticia. She was standing exactly as she always stood, composed, present, entirely herself, entirely certain. She looked at him with the regard that had been the same since the garden at number 4, direct, unhurried, and containing the full weight of a decision that had been made and was not under review. She did not say anything dramatic. She did not deliver a speech. She was Morticia, and this was how she was, the meaning in the steadiness of the look, in the fact of being there, in all the things she'd already said and done that made the moment say itself. She touched his face, briefly, the way she touched his shoulder the night he'd left Privet Drive, light and unhurried, asking nothing. "Go learn everything," she said. He went. The compartment Ron had found was halfway down the train, already occupied by Archimedes' cage on the luggage rack and Ron's owl, a large and elderly-looking bird who regarded Archimedes with the professional neutrality of someone who had been doing this long enough not to form strong opinions. Harry put his bag up and sat down across from Ron, and the train made its gathering noise, the deep mechanical preparation of something that has been doing this for a long time and knows exactly what it's doing, and the platform began to move past the window. He looked back through the window at the platform. The family was there, all of them, in a loose formation, Lurch's height making them easy to find in the crowd. Gomez had his arm around Morticia's shoulders and was pointing at something on the train with an expression of delight, which meant he'd found something architecturally interesting to discuss. Pugsley was eating something. Wednesday stood a little apart from the others, notebook under her arm, and she was looking directly at Harry's window. She raised one hand. A single precise wave, small and deliberate, the gesture of someone who had never waved in their life and was choosing to now because it was accurate. Harry raised his hand back. The platform slid away. The train gathered speed. The station opened up to London and then to England, all the grey-green September of it, fields and trees and the motorways running parallel to the track, and the sky overhead doing what English skies did, which was to hold every kind of weather and potential and deploy it without announcement. So, Ron said, you've actually met him. You know who? Voldemort, Harry said. Ron went slightly pale. Right. Yeah. Him. When I was a year old, Harry said. I don't remember it. I have a scar. He touched his forehead. I've been told it's how I got it. That's... Ron searched for the word. Wicked, he settled on, with the tone of someone meaning it sincerely in both its senses. A bit, Harry agreed. Ron looked at him with the curious, direct assessment of someone making up their mind. What's your family actually like? He asked. The Addams family? My mom, when she found out, she made a face. The kind she makes when something's complicated. Harry thought about Grandmama and the tea. About Pugsley and the trebuchet. About Wednesday and the list of things right. About Gomez's legal pads and Morticia's hand on his shoulder, and the dark cake in the sitting room and the sound of the manor at night, and all of it, the whole accumulated weight of the 6 weeks that had changed everything. Interesting, he said. Loud sometimes. Very prepared for the worst-case scenario. He paused. They make things for each other. Not presents, exactly. They make things. Arguments. Plans. Dinners. A working trebuchet. He paused again, trying to find the accurate thing. They don't apologize for being what they are. Any of them. And they don't apologize for each other. Ron was quiet for a moment, taking this in. That sounds good, he said, with the careful sincerity of someone who knew what good family felt like because he had it, and could recognize it in its different forms. It is, Harry said. The train curved north and the city fell away behind them and England opened up, the vast grey-green stretch of it, and somewhere ahead of all that September countryside there was a castle with 1,000 years of magic in its walls and a ceiling that showed the sky. Harry leaned back against the seat and looked out the window at the passing world. He thought about September 1st as it had been in the years before, getting Dudley ready for school, watching him go with the Dursleys in the car, coming back to a house with fewer people and the same rules and the same cupboard. He thought about what September 1st had felt like then, which was one more day in a series of days that were all the same, and then he let the thought go, not with difficulty but with the ease of something released when you no longer need it. What house do you think you'll be in? Ron asked. Gryffindor, Harry said. And then, after a moment, probably. Gryffindor for me too, hopefully, Ron said. Everyone in my family's been Gryffindor. My brothers are already there. Fred and George, their 3rd years, and Percy's in 5th. He paused. No pressure. Harry looked at him. There's always pressure, he said. The question is whether you let it pick for you or you pick in spite of it. Ron looked at him with the expression of someone encountering something they hadn't expected and deciding it was better than expected. You sound like someone's mom, he said. I have a very particular mom, Harry said. Ron grinned, the large, easy grin Harry had seen on the platform. Yeah, from what I saw, that tracks. A girl came into the compartment at Newcastle looking for a toad someone had lost, and then stayed because the toad was apparently not in their compartment either, but the conversation was. Her name was Hermione Granger, and she had read the same books Harry had read and several additional ones, and she confirmed this by citing the Beginner's Illustrated Guide to Magical Theory that Harry had found shelved sideways in Flourish and Blots, which she'd also bought, which she'd also read twice, and Harry felt the specific warmth of finding someone who had done what you'd done for the same reasons. Ron found this somewhat overwhelming. Hermione was, to put it precisely, a great deal at once. But Harry had been raised, for the past 2 months, in a household where people were exactly as much as they were without moderating themselves, and he found it comfortable. By Newcastle they had located the toad. It was under Archimedes' cage, regarding Archimedes with the philosophical expression of something making peace with its situation, and returned it to its owner, a round-faced boy called Neville Longbottom, who thanked them with the relieved sincerity of someone who had been given a piece of very important news. Neville stayed too. He was nervous in the way of someone who expected to be bad at things because that was what he'd been told, and Harry recognized it with the specific recognition of something you'd felt in your own bones, and said, when Neville mentioned that he didn't think he was much of a wizard, "You're on the train, aren't you?" Neville blinked. "Yes. The train doesn't make mistakes," Harry said. "If you're on it, you're supposed to be on it." Neville looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone receiving a piece of information that had arrived at the right time. "I hadn't thought about it like that," he said. "Someone said something like it to me," Harry said. "Recently. It's been useful." Scotland arrived in the dark, which was when Scotland was most itself, the hills black against a sky that had more stars than the south ever managed, the air through the cracked window cold and clean and full of something that was almost a smell and almost a sound and wasn't quite either. The train slowed, and the disorganized process of arrival began, and Harry stood in the corridor with his bag on his shoulder, and Archimedes' cage in his hand, and the specific feeling of someone standing at a threshold. Through the windows, when the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station and the doors opened, he could see the torches on the platform and the great dark of the Scottish hills and, in the distance, high above everything, the lights of Hogwarts Castle. He stood looking at it for a moment before getting off the train. It was exactly what the books had described and also nothing like the books at all, because books were accurate about dimensions but not about feeling, and the feeling was the thing that mattered. The castle stood above the loch with the certainty of something that had been exactly what it was for 1,000 years and would continue to be it indefinitely, regardless of what the world around it did. The towers were lit, and the windows were warm, and somewhere in there, in the stone and the light and the enchanted ceiling, was a year of everything he didn't know yet. "For his years," said a voice that was enormous in both volume and physical cause, a man the size of a small outbuilding with a beard and a lantern, who was looking at the crowd of children with the wide, warm, slightly overwhelming enthusiasm of someone who loved this specific job. "For his years over here." Harry looked at Rubeus Hagrid for a moment. He had the feeling he sometimes had about things, the feeling of something about to become familiar, about to become part of the category of what I know. He went over. "You all right?" Hagrid said, looking down at Harry with those beetle-black eyes, and then the recognition, the particular quality of it, not the public recognition of Harry Potter, but something more personal, the recognition of someone who had known his parents. "Harry," Hagrid said. Quietly, just for him, under the noise of the crowd. "Harry Potter. Blimey, you look just like your dad." "So I'm told," Harry said. Hagrid's expression did something that was several things at once. The grief and the joy and the years and the weight of a night in 1981 that Harry was beginning to understand had shaped every life that had touched it. "I knew your parents," Hagrid said. "Good people. Best people." "I know," Harry said. "I'm glad they were." Hagrid looked at him for a moment longer, and then cleared his throat in the enormous way of enormous people managing large emotions, and raised his lantern. "Right. 4 to a boat, no more and 4. Harry went to a boat with Ron and Hermione and Neville, and the flotilla of small boats moved across the black mirror of the loch with the torches of Hogwarts reflected in it, and the castle grew larger as they went, filling more of the sky until there was almost nothing but castle, nothing but the warm-lit windows and the old stone and the accumulated magic of 1,000 years breathing around them. Ron said something about the lake, he'd heard there was something in it. Hermione said she'd read about it, a giant squid, apparently, documented since the 14th century. Neville held his toad, whose name was Trevor, with both hands. Harry looked at the castle. He thought about Morticia saying go learn everything, and the way she'd said it, not as instruction, not as expectation, but as permission. The permission to want it, to go toward it, to claim it as his. He thought about Wednesday's notebook, and the list of things right, and his name at the top of it. He thought about Grandmama's tea, and Pugsley's scorch marks, and Gomez's legal pads filling with sideways writing, and the manor in Connecticut with its cemetery and its carnivorous greenhouse, and its pond that wasn't quite a pond, all of it waiting at the end of December. The boats touched the bank, and they climbed out, and the doors of Hogwarts opened in front of them, and Professor McGonagall was there in tartan and severity, and beyond her was the entrance hall, warm and lit and enormous, with the sounds of the school above. Harry walked in. The great hall lived up to everything. The ceiling was the Scottish night, stars and all, the clouds moving in it the way real clouds moved, and the candles floated in their hundreds, and the 4 long tables were full of students whose faces turned toward the arriving first years with the mixture of nostalgia and entertainment that older students brought to sorting ceremonies. Harry sat in the sorting hats line with the other first years and waited, and when his name was called and he put the hat on, the hat was immediate. Talking before he'd fully settled it on his head, a voice in his skull that was ancient and wry and entirely itself. "Well," said the hat. "This is interesting." Harry thought, "I've been told that before." "You have been through something," the hat said, less like it was reading him and more like it was confirming what it found. "You carry it well. There's courage here, a great deal of it, the kind that comes from deciding to keep going rather than having no other option. That's the better kind, actually. Gryffindors don't know what to do with the other kind. And there's something else," the hat continued, with the interest of something finding a particular quality it appreciated. "Strategic. Adaptive. Perceptive. You've been thinking about how things work since you were old enough to need the information." A pause. "I see the hat is being watched. By someone who suggested you make sure I see you accurately." Harry thought Wednesday. "An unusual family," the hat said, and if a hat could be amused it was. "I've sorted a great many students, Mr. Addams Potter, but I've never sorted one who arrived accompanied by quite so much prior arrangement." Another pause. "The arrangement is correct, incidentally. They see you well." Harry sat with this, under the hat, in the great hall with its 1,000 floating candles and its enchanted sky, and felt the truth of it, the being seen, the thing that had been absent and was now present, the difference between invisible and found. "Gryffindor," the hat announced to the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took the hat off and handed it back and walked to the Gryffindor table, and people were shouting his name in the way of people who meant it, who were welcoming him rather than appraising him, who were making room for him at the table with the easy hospitality of people used to making room. He sat down. Ron came over from across the table, grinning. Hermione was at his shoulder, already looking around at the hall with the focused attention of someone conducting a comprehensive first survey. Neville sat down beside Harry with Trevor the Toad in his pocket, and the particular expression of someone who has survived something they weren't sure they'd survive and is cautiously pleased about it. Across the hall, Percy Weasley gave Ron an approving nod. Fred and George Weasley, visible at the far end of the table, were engaged in a rapid conference that had the look of something that would eventually affect other people. Professor Dumbledore was at the head table. He looked at Harry with an expression that had several things in it: the complexity Harry had seen before, the remorse and the genuine regard, and the thing that was still calculating, still managing, still certain of the greater good but less certain than it had been that he knew exactly what that meant. Harry looked back at him. He held the look long enough for it to be deliberate, and then he looked away, because Dumbledore was part of a story he was still in the middle of, and you didn't resolve things in the middle, and he had a year to learn about it. The feast appeared on the tables. It appeared in the way that it apparently always did, every dish at once, materializing with the comfortable magic of a place that had been doing this for 1,000 years and had the spell work smooth with repetition. There was more food than Harry had seen in one place at one time, and he noted this not with the old hunger but with the new sense of abundance, the knowledge that there would be more, that there always was, that he didn't have to be strategic about it. He served himself freely, which was still slightly new and still felt good. Ron was explaining Quidditch. Hermione was explaining that she'd already read Quidditch through the ages and had some thoughts. Neville was asking if anyone knew which dormitory was theirs. Fred Weasley had appeared behind Harry at some point, and was telling what appeared to be an elaborate joke about a cauldron. The hall was enormous and full of noise and light and the smell of the feast, and the ceiling showed the Scottish night above it all, the stars perfectly clear now that the clouds had moved. Harry looked at it. He thought, this is mine. Not the way the vault was his, not the weight of accumulation and legacy and all those years of waiting. Not the way the prophecy was his, not the imposition and the obligation and the shape of someone else's plan. The way Archimedes was his, and the library in Connecticut, and Grandmama's tea. The way Wednesday's first entry was his. The way the family was his and he was theirs, in the permanent, load-bearing way that Morticia had meant when she'd said the decision was made before the documents. This. All of this. His. He looked at the ceiling and the stars, and then he looked at the table and the food and the noise, and then he looked at the door to the entrance hall and beyond it, in imagination, the night and the loch and the road south and eventually the sea and eventually Connecticut and the house on the hill with the lights on. He'd write the letter tomorrow. First week, as promised. He'd tell her about the hat and the ceiling and Ron and Hermione and Neville and the feast. He'd tell her the Sorting Hat had mentioned Wednesday, which he was confident would please Wednesday when she heard it. He'd tell her about Hagrid's face when he'd said, "I knew your parents." He'd tell her all of it, the way she'd asked, not a summary, a real letter. He picked up his fork. He ate his dinner. Above him, the enchanted sky went on being the sky, old and cold and enormous, full of every star that had been there before any of this and would be thereafter, indifferent to prophecies and hearings and court orders, indifferent to everything except the fact of itself, which was, Harry thought, actually the right way to be. The feast went on. The noise went on. The candles floated. Somewhere in Connecticut, it was late afternoon, the cemetery in long shadows, the greenhouse doing whatever it was currently doing, the ornamental pond being whatever it was, Pugsley in the workshop, Wednesday in the library with her notebook open to the list of things right. Somewhere in London, Gomez had a legal pad and a case that wasn't finished yet, the trust inquiry, the Weisengemot's 14 dissenters, Fudge and his office and the complications that came with them. He'd be working on it tonight with the same focused pleasure he brought to all of it. Somewhere north of Harry's current table, in the staff corridor, Albus Dumbledore was walking back to his office with the complex expression of a man revising his understanding of something he'd been certain about, which was harder than being wrong in a simpler way, and he would sit in his chair and look at the portraits of his predecessors and think about what it meant to genuinely see a person rather than a function. And it would take him some time. Harry ate his dinner. He was at Hogwarts. He had a wand that had chosen him. He had a bed in a dormitory and 7 years of magic ahead of him and a seat on the Gryffindor table and a boy on his left who was explaining the rules of Quidditch with his mouth full and a girl on his right who was about to correct the rules of Quidditch with her mouth not full and a boy across from him who was holding a toad. He had a family on a platform who had waved him off. He had a mother who had stopped her car. He had a sister who had put his name first on a list of things right. Outside the enchanted ceiling, beyond the stone and the magic and the September dark, the actual sky was exactly what it was, enormous and indifferent and full of stars, and Harry Potter, whose name was also Addams, sat under it and was exactly where he was supposed to be.